All right, greetings, internet friends. Welcome back. I am Vorm here to play some more Terra Invicta, Earth Unconquered. We're doing something interesting. What we're doing is we're taking a slight sidestep into a parallel universe. We are continuing our in progress game, but it's a different game. What I mean by that is I started a new game offline, and then I played it up to roughly where I was in the last one in the series, and we swapped over to it because I learned a bunch of things, and I knew I could do things better. So I have done things better, and that's where we're at here. Same, almost everything's identical except for, different names on my counselors and orgs and that, but the rough position of our adventure is the same. If we jump into Earth here, you will see, if we take a look at nations, we have here, sort. We have the United States, Canada, and Kazakhstan. Same thing. And I'm trying to get rid of Iraq. So we hold the same three territories. We're roughly in the same time period. We're actually earlier than I was when I left off the previous one. And we're doing much better this time. So I did a few secret team magic things that made my life a little easier. Really, it's just two changes I made, other than just getting better at timing things and all that through repetition. Thing number one that I changed from my starting position is I went directly for Kazakhstan. Just turn one, I just jumped into Kazakhstan and grabbed it. Then I jumped into Iraq and Iran while starting my public opinion campaign in Canada. So I jumped into both of those. We captured them fairly easily and then immediately turned them to full spoils. Turned everything off except spoils. I just used them as oil-producing nations, as a cash cow that I milked the entire time that I was building up for my takeover of the U.S., because I had plenty of capture points available while I was doing that. And it was really helpful. The cash that I got out of there allowed me to buy a bunch of orgs that I wouldn't have otherwise have been able to purchase so early. And yeah, it just made it very convenient. So as soon as I needed to, I bailed out of those. I'm still trying to fully get out of Iraq. But yeah, so that worked really well. Gave me some infusion of cash early game. And the only other thing changed really from my normal plan on getting into the U.S., which is take Canada, take Mexico, is before I tried Mexico, while I was finishing up my control of Canada, I jumped down and I grabbed these two. I grabbed Belize and I grabbed Guatemala. Both easy captures again, and I had plenty of points because I wasn't in Mexico yet and I wasn't in the USA yet. But those gave me the adjacency bonuses to go after Mexico. Made my Mexico conquest much simpler and easier, and helped out quite a bit. And then again, I bailed out of those, and I'm fully out of them now. Other people have come along and finally taken them away. But yeah, I found that very helpful. So when you've got lots of extra capacity before you start taking the big chunks, it's really good to make sure you look ahead of your path on what your plan is, and then take control of adjacent countries to whatever your plans are, and it gets you a quick and easy spoils bump. So I got spoils out of those for a few turns while I was using them for their adjacency bonuses on Mexico when I started my public ops and my capture points. That's really all I did different. Other than that, it was just getting better at fine-tune managing the counselors and picking the counselors and loading up on orgs and things like that. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at. So space-wise, we're pretty similar to where we were before I swapped realities here. If we jump out into space, we're still stuck with the Earth-Luna orbit, but we did get the first base on Luna. And what I discovered, because I hadn't been first before, is that if you're the first person to drop a command center there, not even build it out with all the habs and modules and so on, just dropping the command center on Luna, you get a big bump. You get like 100 influence and I think 100 money. But that 100 influence was really useful that early when it showed up. And I don't know how many of those hidden nuggets of rewards are scattered through various things. I'm going to assume first on Mars is going to possibly something similar. They just seem really random and arbitrary. Some of them you might be able to predict and after the fact go, oh, okay, yeah, that's pretty important. I can see first base on Mars gets some kind of a reward, but They don't tell you that that's going to happen in any of the information screens ahead of time. You just got to play and find out that it happens, and then go, oh, okay, I'll try to do that next time so I can get that reward. So I wish there was some kind of notice or message or something somewhere that lets you know, hey, when you first to research this, you get a boost, or first to complete this type of mission, you get a boost, or something. The playthroughs are really long, and I'm finding one thing that I'm not liking about a game of this depth, complexity, and breadth is that as I play and I learn important things that are critical to actually getting ahead, I get the strong urge to restart so I can take advantage of those. But the thing is, it takes like 4 or 5 hours to get to that first, oh yeah, that all that stuff I just learned was really important, let's restart. Then you go 8 hours, and then you find something new that you want to restart, and then you have to go 12 hours. It's just the playthroughs are so long, and you're constantly running into so many things that you learn through doing and through experiencing, but then to put those into effect, you have to restart, and it's another 8, 12, 16, 20 hour to get back to the point you were at previously, only to run into another wall of, oh man, it sure would have been helpful if I'd known all these special things that you have no way in advance of figuring out or knowing. That's probably my only concern. Is maybe it's just my mentality, but it's starting to concern me. And also, I had a weird setup on this one, or circumstance. This is probably the first playthrough after, I think, 3 restarts, where I think I've got a really good control or handle on the initial gameplay, at least for the strategy I'm employing now with Resistance and focusing on the US, where I'm obviously dominating, I'm doing great, I'm ahead of the timeline, and I just ran into a wall of random negative events. I mean, a wall of negative events, just hammering all of the things I was trying to focus on and do good things on. I mean, the entire rest of my hours of playing, never seen a single one of these kinds of events. But in this one, I'm vastly ahead of all the other factions. I'm making great amounts of boost and all sorts of the other resources, and I'm crushing it, got full control of all the countries, and all of a sudden, I'm trying to get boost up so I can get mining on the moon. Event. Random catastrophe, lose 3 boost. 2 weeks later, event. Random catastrophe, lose 3 boost. Event. Random catastrophe, lose this other important thing. It was just like 5 or 6 of them in a course of 4 or 5 weeks, just hammering me. And I had never seen a single one of these events in any of the other playthroughs. I'm wondering, that's either really bad luck in a long string, or does the game have some kind of handicapping system and it's keeping an eye on the human's progress, the meat puppet that's actually playing the game, and saying, you're getting a little ahead of everybody. Let's slow you down, buddy. That's exactly what it felt like. It felt like I was being handicap hammered by some algorithm that said, no, you're getting ahead of the curve. We need to slow you down. So, man, was it annoying. If we keep seeing that kind of thing, I'm going to get mightily unhappy. At least if I don't start seeing it in my other playthroughs. Because I'm not as far as I've gotten on some of the other playthroughs. I hadn't seen a single one of those. And this was just so blatant and so ridiculous that I was unhappy, to say the least. All right, so that's where we're at. On Luna, we've got the start of the base. So we've got what? Yeah, we've got Shackleton Crater here. And the only thing I've done so far on Shackleton Crater is we ap module down. That got us the first on the moon thing. And then I put up the solar panel, this first solar collector. And I have not put up any hab modules in orbit around Earth. I'm 100% focused on saving my boost when the game's not just arbitrarily removing it from me, so that I can get the mining module right there. Outpost mining complex. So unfortunately for this thing, we need 56.9 boost. We're at 29.4 currently. So it's going to take me probably another 6 months if I don't get those stupid random events picking chunks out of my boost capacity. Another 6 months or so, and we'll be able to get this outpost mining complex down. Super critical. This is like the absolute main linchpin in industrialization in space. You gotta get this outpost mining complex down. So you're gated by technologies you have to unlock and projects you have to get researched in order to even have access to it. But that first initial boost amount, that 56.9, there's just no way around that. You just don't have any raw materials in space, and it's huge, and it takes a huge lump. But once you build it, everything after that gets so much easier and so much cheaper for building in space, because I can just build there directly. So the way to think about the economies is there's the earthbound resources, and then there's a separate pool of space resources. They're really two different resource pools. And once you have the resource in the space pool, they're just easily and automatically used for any of your activities in space, whether it's maintenance, whether it's building things, and so on. And it's all handled behind the scenes. You don't have to build ships to move materials around or anything like that. So as soon as you get this first one up and you start to generate any kind of resources on the moon, you're golden. Everything becomes way simpler and easier. So I'm beelining to that. I'm sacrificing short-term habs floating around the Earth and the low Earth orbits and so on in order to get just speed run straight to the moon accomplishment. So that's what we're doing. That's where we're at. That's really the only other difference between the other playthrough that we're continuing in this our alternate universe world. So we're going to continue from here. Let's go ahead and jump back over to the Earth. All right, so like I said, same situation. We own Kazakhstan, we own the U.S., and we own and fully control Canada. We've got all of that under our belt, and we're still under the CP points. I got a lot better about managing my CP points. We're about 7 months earlier than the run that I was doing previously, before we swapped worlds. So, I mean, we're way ahead on CP, we're way ahead on actual really good control of the countries, and their economies are much better. What am I running, like 60 to 90% happiness? Yeah, 60 is my lowest. Kazakhstan's down at 60 public relations, or public opinion, and then 70 for Canada and 80 for the US. And they're maintaining much, much better. I've learned how to keep that up a lot better, and it's just a unity, just fund unity within your country, and it will prop up the public opinion and or advance it on its own, so you don't have to keep running public campaign missions with your counselors. So yeah, so I'm doing much better in both my iron grip I have on these. Their economies are much better. My counselors are much better set up and much more powerful. Just all around, just general improvements to the gameplay and to my advancement of this particular strategy. So I didn't want to continue the other one since I had this little bit better one. So we just have this little bit of blurb while I switch to an alternate world real quick. All right, so we're at a point where it's time to start doing assignments again. Let's turn off the military guys. I don't need to see them. What was I focusing on? So I've got one counselor. We're just doing advise here in the U.S. I've got one super counselor who is an org thief. Super counselor dude is sitting on 21 admin currently. He is redonkulous, so he's all stacked up with additional admin type of setup, which gets them boosted up. And as you boost up admin, you're both boosting your control points as well as other things, but that's the stat that's used to steal orgs from other counselors. So as soon as you steal your first, I bought one for him, and then I stole one from an enemy, which immediately got him up to like 13, 14. And now all I have to do is like just get the first initial intel on a counselor, and this guy can go over and just start grabbing orgs off of him. I don't usually need to go to level 5 intel. I don't need to detain the counselors to improve the chances. He just so massively overwhelms their defenses against the org stealing that he just lifts everything from everyone. As soon as I locate somebody, I check their orgs and I go grab whatever I want. And then I got to hand them around. So we've got a few unassigned orgs that I got to hand off to somebody. But all my guys are maxed out on administration, so they're all squatting on some pretty good orgs, as much as possible anyway. So I got some org or some administration boosting to do if I want to stuff any more in there. One thing I don't like, though, is it takes an awful lot of time for the meat puppet, me, to, let's say I steal an org. Then I have to go back and I have to evaluate the orgs I've got compared to the one I just grabbed for 6 different counselors and decide where the org should go, what orgs I need to pull out, how that's going to affect the balance, is that going to remove a skill. an awful lot of real world time gets dumped into just evaluating and constantly shuffling these orgs around. But it's so powerful, and these orgs give so many benefits that I can't not do it. And I don't know, it's such a time sink, especially given how quickly he's snatching orgs off of everybody. So feels a little weird. XP21, what are we doing with you? We already made you a senior military scientist. I got a lot of seniors in my corps now as well, which is really powerful. Plus 25% to military science research. That's a huge boost all by itself. More administration? I mean, he's got so many orgs now. He's getting so many secondary bonuses that he's like my top investigator. He's my top commander. He's not quite my top scientist. He's just like the super character at this point. Oh, I know. It's three different things. I was just bringing that one example up because I happen to be talking about that trait. You can just point at it and it tells you at the bottom: administration, command, and persuasion attributes. So yes, all three of them do, but the other two don't have the cascading effect of just raising administration. This is such a ridiculously powerful trait compared to everything else, because having admin points, yes, boosts that, but in addition to that, it also boosts when you advise. So I commonly have this guy advising the U.S., 21 administration points advising the economy of the U.S. That's 21%. It's just ridiculous. Plus, it's the counter for what your capacity is for orgs that snap in all sorts of other bonuses and enhancements and so on. I mean, compared to, I almost can't buy anything else other than administration, just until I get to a saturation point. We're about to hit the saturation point. I can no longer snatch orgs to keep feeding my guys because they're all capped up. They're all pretty much at the top. Now it's just a matter of grabbing and replacing, which takes that constant reevaluation. But yeah, there's very few traits that I grab. I think government is a good one because there's so many of the orgs that require the government trait. So I bought that once. I've done the chief or senior upgrades because those give a really good boost, like that one, plus 35% to military science research for being a chief military scientist. Which we're not yet. We're just the senior military scientist currently, 25%. But yeah, so it just, I don't know. It feels really weird, the focus that administration has because of its utility in so many areas. And getting that kind of a super character that can just stomp around and do whatever the hell he wants really, really well on any of the really critical missions, and having a massive mission list because of all these orgs. I got one criminal. Yeah, I got one criminal. I kept him for that specific reason, so he could pick up the Columbus Syndicate and other criminally organizations. I haven't had good choices to feed into him, and he's got low admin, so... But I've managed to keep one criminal. He's okay. I mean, he's not anything super special, but the rest of them I'm having a hard time getting rid of or changing out. I think the criminal's probably the one that's the closest to getting replaced. I almost replaced my scientist for a while, but she's actually turned out to be pretty good. But again, this org shuffling, you spend so much time shuffling orgs and min-maxing bonuses and trying to slot the right org onto the right character so they can get an additional mission type. And I've also noticed a lot of times you have a counselor that has a mission type, but if that's all you look at when you're making your decisions, you could be in trouble because you got to know what stats, what attributes they key off the missions. So you can easily have a mission to assassinate. But if your assassin has no espionage, he's never going to succeed at it. So it's irrelevant that he has the mission. So you can get fooled sometimes seeing a big mission list, but half of the missions on that list, you've got 0, 1, or 2 skill in, and you're never actually going to succeed at any of them. So there's a lot of that. You got to have a lot of pretty inherited knowledge and or spend a lot of real-world time looking at pop-ups and tracing the connections between missions and attributes, success, and all that kind of stuff. Until you actually play it enough to just start memorizing all that stuff, it can make for a lot of analysis. Alright, so that's enough chatter and setup and all that. It's just random thoughts I've had while I've been playing the game fairly heavily and trying to learn stuff. But Yeah, I think my biggest problem with the game or issue with the game is I'm all happy about depth and complexity and breadth of gameplay options and all that, but this one plays out so slowly in real world hours that, like I said, you play for 5 hours, you learn a whole bunch of stuff, and now you have learned it, you know you could do a whole lot better. You restart, you have to play for that additional 5 hours, you go 6 or 7 then, and now there's another big chunk of stuff that you know you could have done better, and or you know that without doing, you have fallen significantly behind the power curve that is going to get you crushed eventually. I had heard or read originally when I started looking into this from sources and posts and so on that it's a brutally unforgiving game, and one of its faults or issues is that you won't know for like 20 hours or so of real world gameplay when you've already lost. You could be in a absolute you're done losing death spiral and not be able to realize it for 10, 20, 30 hours. You're going to lose. It's already done. You've lost. But you have no way of figuring that out, because unless you've played the game all the way through to the end multiple times, and we're talking probably 100, 200 hours of play before you start to grok where these I'm done points might be, that's pretty rough. Not too many games out there that have got that kind of a time frame. So it almost feels like they need to just dial up the speed of all the activities, because the real world time crunch is just ridiculous, and how this thing processes out so far. I'm enjoying it, and I'm enjoying the decision making and all that, but man, is it a time suck, and I'm not 100% convinced that the fun factor is equivalent to the time suck factor. We need to get a fun versus time suck ratio check, and yeah. Your mileage may vary depending on your own tolerances for that kind of stuff, but hopefully my humble fumblings in the game will give people an idea what's going on. But yeah, I can say with absolute certainty that I am absolutely getting better and faster and gaining knowledge in how to play more effectively within this limited frame of my resistance faction and my US focus. And I've got the interface pretty well down now, so I'm much faster at moving around the interface and finding the information I need and knowing where to look and how to do things. That alone, at least, I finally got past. So for these kinds of games, once I get to that point, then I can start focusing on the whys and such, and not so much the hows. All right, so we got tanks. Look at this. We got tanks up here. Apparently, I can't see the alien activity up here. I got what is it, Exodus, or is that Academy? I can't tell. We got Exodus or Academy. Who is this? It's the Initiative. It's neither. It's the Initiative. I got the Initiative up here purging something I can't see. They're just stomping around in their tanks up here. I control Canada. They didn't ask. they just sent some tanks over, and they've been rolling around for a little bit, doing something. They're not affecting me any. We're not at war, so I don't know what the deal is there. That seemed kind of odd that they could just roll their tanks into quote-unquote my territory. I guess I'm just a shadowy puppet director behind the scenes, not the actual leadership of Canada, but it just seems weird. Any opinions on the factions in it? I've only played the one. It's really hard for me to give opinions or judgments on something I haven't personally experienced, so I don't think you can really make a judgment until you've played a faction a bit and seen what happens. They're pretty radically different from each other, which is great for replay purposes, having them be so, in some ways, so radically different. I mean, it's a matter of degrees as you go between the different factions. We open up this is the most succinct way to see a really short blurb of the differences. If you just look right here in goals. Humanity first, eradicate the aliens and all who support them, including possibly people who aren't supporting them but aren't, supporting humanity first. The initiative, exploit the alien arrival to gain power. So they're all about, the aliens are a hoax, they're not real, it's just the government's trying to put you down, and they're trying to use it to gain personal power and take control of the world. The servants support the aliens by any means necessary. The aliens are gods and are our leaders, rightful rulers. We should bow down and support them in all things. These are the guys you really got to look out for. They're going to do everything they can to assist the aliens in their takeover of the planet. So I'm trying hard to mess with these guys as much as I can. They don't have as strong a position in this world as they had in my last one, from the way the nations have shaken out so far, at least. But yeah, we got to be careful there. The Protectorate protect humanity by appeasing the aliens. So they're just trying to play middleman. They're trying to appease the aliens and protect humanity that way. The Academy convince the aliens that we are equals. Yeah, good luck with that. The Academy's the hardest one to play. They start out strong, but then they get absolutely hammered by some events that you can't. They're going to happen. You can't avoid them. They're just set in stone, which set them back quite heavily. And that's a pretty tall order to try to convince the aliens we're equals. Project Exodus, those are the nopers. They just want to leave. They say, oh, there's aliens here? All right, let's get our toys. Let's pick up our toys and let's go play somewhere else. So they're all about just pursuing the tech that's going to build ships and get them out of here. So they each have different goals that they're trying to achieve, which is going to impact the way they play the nations and which ones they take, how they approach the tech race, and which techs they're going to try to focus on. A lot of stuff. So I like all that. That's great. And there's quite a bit of diversity between these for gameplay purposes. But since I haven't actually played them, it's hard for me to actually form an opinion. I haven't tried the Academy and dealt with that really big hammer blow they take fairly early into the gameplay. And I don't know if there are more hammer blows later. There are a lot of preset events that happen that you don't know about until you've actually played through them. Okay. And yes, as noted in chat, this is the from the creators of the Long War mod. This is what happens when they make their own game. you get this, which has got. I mean, it's a week, not even a week. I don't think it's even a week into early access. So it's just hit early access. It's an amazing amount of gameplay, and I haven't had any technical issues with the game. I've spotted some issues. I'll explain an issue that I've spotted that's really annoying. This one really annoys me. If I go into my guys, here's one of the only things I've found that's an issue. I wonder, do I have a demonstration? I do have a demonstration. So look at this part of the screen right here. Can somebody tell me? Anybody that knows the game well enough? What's wrong with this part of the screen right here? I'll take a drink of water while you look. Tell me what's wrong. You are correct, Zudrag. 2 somehow equals 3. I've had this happen a bunch of times. So the way org capacity from administration works is if you have every point of administration gives you 1 point of capacity, org capacity. I have 4 in administration. I have 4 capacity. Pretty straightforward. And you're also maxed out. You're only allowed a total of 15 orgs. That's a hard cap. You can never have more than 15. So 3 rows of 5. That I don't have a problem with. But it's saying I have 3 of my 4 capacity already taken up. I have 1 single org attached, and the number is how many stars it has. I have a 2-star org that is somehow taking up 3 of my capacity. So I should be able to drop another 2-star org on this guy, but I can't. I can't. My assumption is this is a carryover to some system they might have had earlier where there are actually decimals in these command points. So it's like 2.1 for this particular one, but they're hiding. They're no longer using the decimal system or something, because the decimals pop up every once in a while on some of the other calculations in the game. Like when you're doing a mission, occasionally you will run a mission and you'll have a 75% success rate, but you'll roll 75.8. And they don't ever show you the decimal until you're within that 1% range, and then they show the decimals. So I've lost rolls on missions to like 0.3%, where I rolled a 75.3, or a 75.4, but I needed a 75.1 apparently. But like I said, they only show the decimals. They're hidden until you hit one of those circumstances. The only thing I can think of is the same thing's happening here. Is there some portion left over or some decimal that's rounding and causing me not to be able to do something? So, I don't know what you mean by sometimes it ends up there. What are we talking about? Oh, that one. Oh, yeah. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, you're replying to Zudrag. Yes, correct. So if my super guy, if this guy, if he, who is maxed out on orgs, steals, it will end up in the unassigned section. That's where it should drop. So I haven't had an issue with it not showing up here yet myself. And he's been capped for a while. I've probably stolen half a dozen more in the various times he was capped, and they've always appeared in the unassigned orgs for me. So I haven't had any disappear. But yeah, this one here, it's coming up fairly often, and I get blocked from doing things I want to do because the org counter's not working the way it's supposed to. So that's really the only one I've really noticed. I'm sure there's some other issues, but that's been what I've seen. Alright, let's get down to actual gameplay. Man, that's half an hour of me just explaining the alternate reality switch and, you know, general thoughts about the game. Enjoy, YouTube folks. Fast forward to 30-minute mark. Let's play. So, what am I focusing on? What was I doing? This is a situation down here. So, the servants are in South America. They're pretty much the only ones down here in any strength. So I'm raising public opinion. I've made it to get my public opinion up to 50, but they got everything on pretty secure lockdown, and I don't have any super crackdown guys yet to try to mess with them. So I'm trying to raise it just to hold it there for a bit when I've got guys available, so that I can try to crack down and weed them out of some of these just to screw with them, and or raise unrest and that kind of stuff. So look at that peaceful, flawed democracy. Everything looking good. It's a shame. Alright, so yeah, that's the primary place I'm trying to mess with right now. That's really their strong point for the servants. So, yeah. India just got controlled, and I was glad to see the servants get mostly locked out of India. But that's about it for them. So, I've been kind of messing with them, and I've been kind of messing with France just because it's fun. So I've got, it dropped back down again. I had my relations up pretty high there, but now it's dropped back down. I decided to leave them alone a bit since I need to really go after the servants. Alright, let's figure out what we were doing. I'm trying to remember what I was focusing on. Apparently I was just having you doing public campaigns. We got nobody to hostile takeover right now, do we? Anna? I think I've grabbed most everything off of Anna now that I care about. So we're gonna need to go find somebody else. I wish I could find some servant counselors. I need to find some servant counselors. So let's yeah, as an example, if I try to, well, he's terrible at crackdown, but he's awful at it. But yeah, 0% success chance. Way too protected and strong down there still for my poor guys. So we'll just do some more public campaigning. We got cash. Throw it at them. Whoops! I accidentally clicked the wrong point.
Standing by for orders.
Hate it when I do that. Up here. Public campaign.
We must persuade the people.
Where to?
Alright, what the hell was that?
Where do you need
You
me?
didn't switch! Public campaign! Here! Spend money!
I will tell our story.
Finally.
Ready.
Alright, you are Anna, right? Yep, you are Anna. So I think I'm gonna bail out of Anna. We've got what, alpha minerals? I mean, I want it, but I don't have space for it, and it's not important enough for me to swap something else out for it. Ooh, sabotage. Kind of like the Chara Services group. If I could fit it onto one of my operatives, they're pretty dialed up right now. I think I'll hold off. We're gonna ignore Anna. Let's go hunting. Who else do we got? I'm having a trouble remembering who I've already ripped off. I've already ripped off a lot of the people on this list. Somebody's hanging out in Washington? Let's go explain to them why that's not allowed.
Surveilling target.
At your
Alright, Jikan. You're just doing the same thing. He's one of the ones I want to get rid of, but he's got some stat combos that I sort of like. Does this game also have combat? It does. So it's highly it's behind the scenes a lot, but I mean, I've got 6 armies in the U.S., 5 stationed here, and 1 over in South Korea. UK's got one of their army groups stomping around chasing aliens in Canada currently. There's the only active hot war is Ukraine. Have they stood down finally? Whoops, whoops. Hey. Apparently they're not fighting anymore. I haven't been watching the information, but I think that was the only war that had kicked off so far. It's a little early for any fights to kick off. We'll get to that. Bad things are going to start happening as time goes by. But yeah, it's just these little army markers, and it's mostly dependent on what information age. Basically, that's an indicator for the tech level of the military. So you have the number of armies and you have the tech level. That's the most important factor in combats. There's also naval, so you can see the little anchor symbol next to all of mine. All of mine have naval capacity, so they can translate their force to other locations as long as I hold dominion over the seas. But that's about as deep as it gets, for the land combat at least, at this stage. Most of the combat's going to be in space. We're a long ways away from that, but it's insanely detailed and crunchy and complicated once we get into space warfare. That's quite a ways away, though. We're kind of getting consolidated on the Earth stuff. Now I'm moving into the space industrialization age. As soon as I can get that mining complex up on the moon, that'll kickstart dramatically our space industrialization. Then we need to spread out, and basically we're in a holding pattern. We're trying to delay the advent of the aliens on Earth and their plans without direct confrontation if possible. We just want to stall for time while we desperately try to tech up so that we can fight them at some kind of a parity level. If we piss them off too much too early, we'll just get raffle stomped. They'll just stomp all over us and we're done. So it's a bit of a balancing game between how much engagement against the aliens you do. Not so much now. Right now, it's still the early stages. I can do whatever I want to the ones that show up on Earth. But later, when they actually start doing serious things like political agents moving around that are actually aliens in disguise and directly controlling countries and armies, and I try to assassinate aliens, that's when things really get dangerous, and we have to be careful. So, do you know how to take over the EU Federation? I do. Why do I care? I'm not playing the EU Federation. Why are you asking if I know how to do something I have no intention of doing? It's like asking me, hey, do you know how to take over or make Australia and the Southeast Asia power? Probably, but I don't care. I'm not going to do it. Probably going to be 50 hours before I decide to go try the EU Federation. But yes, I know that you got to take France first. France is in control of the Federation, and it's a little bit of a dance. It's one of the more interesting puzzles. I plan on tackling it at some point, but I'm focused elsewhere for now. But the EU will be a fun one to play. But I know France is the linchpin because they actually control the leadership vote, and you got to do certain things in a certain order, and it's a bit of a dice roll. But other than that, no, I have no direct experience, but I have seen and I know enough about it. So I like the game a lot. I do like the game a lot, and I like the intent it has. I have concerns. I have fairly serious concerns about just how long the gameplay takes to play and the fun factor versus the time that you're committing. So it could be the most fabulous game in the world, but if it takes you 1,000 hours per playthrough and vast tracts of that 1,000 hours is you doing the same repetitive task over and over and over and over again, like public opinion on your counselors, you start to question things. So I have potential issues with the time scale that the meat puppet, the human playing involved, has to commit to get the fun out of the game that I think they're intending. So, but like I said, it's early access, so they got time to fiddle and to adjust and to balance and all that kind of stuff. So, but I like where it's going. I haven't even finished giving orders yet. You guys keep distracting me. You keep distracting me. All right, this is Super Dude. What am I doing with Super Dude? I don't have anybody to yoink things off of that I care about currently. I think I'm just going to advise the U.S. with my massive 21 administration. Yeah, let's do another round of that. Advise.
Offering counsel.
And all right, we're chasing people down, aren't we? That's the one I've already... Oh, nope, that's a new one. Yep, that's a good one. It's not the... Damn it, I need to find servants. I feel bad taking orgs off of the other guys that aren't so... Well, I mean, they're not great. The initiative's not great, but... 50% base, huh? Alright, I'll throw some ops points at you.
Tracking target.
Hey, we finally got through it. Let's check some final things. So... I am in total control of the tech tree. We have enough research output that I can be in complete control of all 3 categories and pick whatever the hell I want as our path. And I've also got 2 orgs going. So I'm controlling the entire global tech tree and advancing my own faction orgs currently. So let's see, that's going to finish in like a day. Yeah, that's going to finish in a day. So we'll get to pick another one. I got to finish this before I can advance my major goal. So what we're going for is I'm desperately trying to get to great nations. So that's my goal. We're in progress on both of these. That will finish in a day. That's going to take longer. It's 2.5 times as many points to get. And then 10,000 and then 25,000. It's going to take a while. But if I can at least get this one started, I can always keep me in control so I can have the entire world helping to get to these numbers. I'm not the only one going to be contributing points to these. These are world techs. So as long as I can keep the direction, now that these are started, I just need, when this one finishes, I got to get both of them finished before I can pick that. So it's going to be longer. You get the idea, though. I'm trying to stay in control of the techs for the global research to force the direction of the great nations. Then I can make the America Giga country. As soon as I hit that, I'll be able to say, this land is my land, and it shall be one land. So that's really my primary goal. I just want to survive long enough to get that done. I will feel a sense of completeness if I can just get that done before I get raffle stomped. Alright, so research is fine. I've already checked orgs and upgrades. Let's just confirm and let things roll. Well, fast. I don't know why anybody would ever play it on anything other than the fast speed. What is the point? Anybody got any idea why you would want to play this at this speed? What's the benefit? It's not like you can do anything while the time is rolling. You have to pause it to do anything. And you can't give your counselors missions until they're done and you get the next orders phase. So what is the actual point of this? And why do we really even have the whole spinny earth thingy? Why isn't it just insta advance to the next event and so on? Why do they have to show me this little graphic and make me wait 30 seconds in between anything happening? I don't understand that. Maybe there's a reason. I can't think of it, given the aforementioned human meat puppet time wastage, real world time. I don't know. It seems odd to me. I can't understand why anybody would play this at a slower speed. I don't see a reason for it. Whatever. Maybe I'm just not understanding other people's needs. All right, advise mission complete. So there's my mega advisor getting 21% GDP calculation for investment points in the U.S. Oh, so big. And 8% research, of course. What else we doing?
You'd think a threat this big
Global research complete. Arrival domestic politics.
Together. But humanity always
so there's actually
hurt itself, doesn't it?
There's actually 2 different
Commander
bonuses.
Fiona Ayawada, undated letter.
Okay. There's actually 2 different benefits to controlling the research. A, you get to pick the path. Whoever contributes the most gets to pick the next research in the chain for that slot, which is important for like what I'm trying to do. But in addition, you get a boost to the research that comes up next. And I think the projects also, I'm not 100% on that. But you get a boost, you get a bonus. So by controlling the research, I both get to pick the paths and I get bonuses on top of it, which makes it easier to then get more research points in to continue controlling things. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? So many choices now. I can't pick the one I want to pick. So, let's pick... Ooh, advanced superconductors. That's the... plasma wave. Bootstrap spaceflight programs. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. Maybe we'll go with rival economics to get it finished quicker. In situ resource utilization, industrialization of space. That's a big one. We're not going to go for that one. Should I start that one? When I finish the other one that's already queued up on another slot, then I just need to control one in order to force the United Nation or the Great Nations one after that. I'm trying to pick things that might have projects that I can grab early that will help me out, since I should be first into utilization of or industrialization on the local base. Armor. Plus, I got a really big bonus for researching these. We've got a 40% category bonus for social science. Massive. Yeah, let's go for rival economics. So, rival economics. I'm thinking maybe of pumping more points into here to get this one done a little earlier. We've got the big boost. But I need to get some of this stuff done. I'm trying to get space tugs done. Make delivery of materials faster. Fission pile for more energy. Mission to Mars is about to finish up. We are going to stay ahead on that, right? Oh yeah, easily. Alright, we'll leave it the way it is for now. Continue. National investment points redirect to the boost priority. Oh my goodness. Reusable rockets. National investment points. We direct to boost priority. Oh, we got to do that. We're doing reusable rockets. 20% increase to boost. Oh. We're switching projects.
Nothing unusual found.
Failed.
Tracking failed.
Failed. Damn it. Stop a second. I'm changing projects now. Let's see. I can wait on fission pile. I want reusable rockets. Boost. Almighty boost. I gotta get boost to 60. Boost. It's all about the boost. I got all the countries I'm controlling maxed out on boost investment as much as I can. And I've had multiple quote-unquote random events that have blown up chunks of my boost capacity already. That is very much more the important priority here. Let's see. So much so that I think I'm going to pull off a space tugs for now. And it's early enough I could pull out of these, both of these other two. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go 100%, get this one finished up real fast. Unfortunately, I don't have as much of a boost there, but we got 20% for projects. We'll be able to finish this real quick. As soon as we finish this, then I'll reallocate back up to these so I keep control. But I want this right damn now. I want that 20% quick as possible. So we're looking at 4th of February. All right, so two missions.
Our case remains
fail, fail, public fail, or critical fail. Thanks, guys. It's a great start.
People will come to our side.
One success. Fistful of fail. Yep. I'm aware Mars has nice resources. We haven't even finished the mission to Mars project yet, though. So I got to finish the project, then I got to send a probe. I think I can... awesome. Somebody coup to Iraq. Awesome. I'm sick and tired of them returning to me and messing with my points. Cool. That's a good thing. Another new project available. Interplanetary chemical projects. National... another boost. And reduces boost. Ah! It's a double bonus. It hits it from both ends. You get additional boost production, and you get a reduction in boost requirement. Nova allows construction following shipment on Nova. What? Oh, is that... I haven't gotten into compartmentalized shipbuilding yet. I wonder, do you have to do these to get... No, you can't be associated with that. This must provide this somehow. Yeah, I'm not sure the interaction here and how I would go about utilizing these without actually building ships, which I don't really do for my boosting stuff. Huh. Alright, so I gotta remember, we've also got interplanetary chemical rockets. Actually, I can go cue that in now. Do I bump space tugs temporarily? Yeah. Oh, it's only 100. It's only 100. Hell yeah. How much is this going to delay it? 2 February. It's still going to be 2 missions. Ooh, 22 February. No. Do this. I only need a tiny bit here. 25 January. Yeah, that doesn't upset the balance all that much. So we'll go there. That'll work. Erratic leader behavior. Suriname. We believe may mark an alien attempt to secure a control point for the servants there. We have determined the aliens are now able to infiltrate national institutions in what will look from the outside like a purge mission by the servants, but may not be prevented by our usual legal and political defenses. We believe developing the science attribute among our counselors will help us understand and defend against this phenomenon. Alright. First time I've seen this message. Uh-oh. Hey, you. Alright, we'll see if we can take care of that. So... they're not even... Alright.
Your orders?
My orders are for you to go up. Oh, damn it. They don't have... He doesn't have investigate aliens. He's my science guy. Don't make me send the big dog.
Your orders?
I guess I'm going to send the big dog. Man, I hate to go without that boost for a turn. Get on down there.
Headed there now. Standing by.
You... keep doing what you're trying ineffectually to do.
I will try to sway the public.
Standing by.
Alright, investigate. We're still trying this, are we?
Tracking target.
What's the op? Making our case.
What's the op?
Not sending you there. Oh, really? That's counting as a counselor? 0 science? Alright.
Surveilling target.
Whoops. Or not. I don't know where she just went off to. Apparently she was tagged on somebody else.
What's the op? At your service. At your service.
Oh, that's fine. They're both on the same person. Alright, so it wasn't letting me actually select that. That was what was confusing me. Everybody's got a job. We've got our research queued up. That'll finish quickly. Any org activity I need to know about? Hathor Media Group? What you got? What do you got? Yeah. Space Engineering Group. Monthly income engineering project, huh? I'm pretty well stacked on these, but another bonus wouldn't hurt. And he, you know, has got a slot. You should have 2 slots. I think I'm going to wait, though. How about XP? Oh. Ooh, my big guy. Am I waiting for anything for you? Am I going to try to do Chief? 10-1-25 goes to influence, 22-35. But man, that's a lot. I mean, I don't know. These don't seem to escalate well. The ones that cost like 40, 60, 80. Because they just replace a previous not quite as good one, but they cost a massive amount. I mean, I could buy 4 attribute. I could buy 4 admin points with that 80. So is that sliver of a boost between that and that worth 4 admin points? Usually, the answer to me is no. Unless it gives some other benefit. All this does is ratchet up the exact same benefits slightly and gives 2 more influence, which isn't enough to sway me. So I just don't think that's worth it, just to pile 1 extra science and a little bit extra military research on. I know in the long run it's probably good to stack these kinds of things up to have more concentrated large bonuses, so you can peel out smaller bonuses that might be cluttering up your admin. But yeah, I have a really hard time not just picking admin. I think I better taper off that behavior right now. I'll go ahead and I'll save the points for him. Go away message. I'm trying to... Matthew, I think I'm saving for him as well. Senior computer scientist, yeah. I'm trying to get him to a senior position. I got like 3 different counselors I've got to senior positions in their various specialties. Quick learner, computer scientist, technocrat. 32 is the magic number, a little bit more. And Jennifer is going to become a specialist doctor. Yeah, senior doctor. So we're waiting just a few more points for her. Alright, so we got no points to spend. We've done our tech. We've done our missions. Let's go. Either cause, Lord.
It takes so very little for one tribe.
You don't have to play the Resistance. The tutorials are based on the Resistance, and the game is pretty brutal.
Once hundreds of
yeah. I mean, the learning curve is really brutal in this one. I would still recommend you play Resistance, at least for the first year, maybe 2 years in game, just to get the tutorial stuff, the early tutorial stuff out of the way, and then quit and start a new one under whatever faction you want. But yeah, it's brutal. It's one of the hardest games I've ever had to try to pick up and learn, just because there's so much stuff and so many numbers, so many modifiers, so many bits of specialized knowledge that you're going to go, oh crap, man, I wish I'd known that, and you're going to want to start over again. I feel you, Sir Orange. I'm on my 4th. I think my 4th or my 5th, I forget. All right. What tech was that? Oh, okay, over there. Look at the tech tree again. I think I'm in pretty good shape for this. Completed, on the way. Can't pick that one until that one's done. I can't really do anything here for the moment, so we're not worried about that. What could help me even more with all the boost stuff? Between the space tugs and these 2 projects we're unlocking right now, I think that's going to massively help me get to the industrialization. So I'm not sure what I need to be looking for. This is about as far as I've gotten in my actual knowledge and playthrough. So I'm facing that wall of got to figure out new stuff ahead of me to take advantage of, but there's just so much stuff to look at. Or do we pick up some of the earlier stuff on the cheap? I think I might go with an earlier on the cheap option. Sort by cost, please. Yeah, let's go for following faction projects. Tourist berth. Lasers. Oh yeah, let's do augmented reality. That's got some fun stuff attached to it.
Person of interest surveilled.
Alright, investigate counselor mission. Critical success! Who is that? That's Jennifer.
Person of interest surveilled.
Jennifer and Sale. Oh yeah, there's a war in Ethiopia going on.
The people will come to our side.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Strange behavior. New reports of returned abductees in the Khartoum region of Sudan. Relatives say they're behaving strangely, saying the aliens are peaceful and here to help humanity. Oh boy. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what triggers some of this stuff because I didn't get in my previous playthroughs, even though I was 7 months. That was weird. Whoa, that was weird. My whole screen went blank and I lost sound for a second. I'm not sure what that was. My previous playthrough before we reality swapped here was in like July or August of 2024. I hadn't seen any of these kinds of messages or events. I hadn't had any of the bad. Here, Vorm, you're not allowed to have boosts. Random event, destroy boost. Random event, destroy boost. Random event, destroy boost. I hadn't had any of that. I wonder what triggers that kind of stuff. This playthrough is going way different than previously, and I don't know how they're gating it. Whether it's tech, I don't even think I'm past the tech that I had in the other game. I'm not sure exactly what's how they're rating this and gating it, but huh. All right, more alien stuffs. Interplanetary chemical rockets. There we go. More boost priority. That's what I mostly want. Let's see. Back to space tugs. Yeah, let's go back to space tugs. Alright, 9 February. Not too far off for that one. And we have lost control of that one, but it's early going. We'll be able to jump in. As soon as I finish this, I'll put points back up here. New project available. Super heavy chemical rockets. No! Take me there. Hey, Space Tugs. I got bad news for you. Super heavy chemical rockets. Only 200 points. That's a lot of info. I mean, it depends on, I guess, what, regarding the Kazakhstan question, it depends on what faction you're playing and what major countries you're planning to take. I've been wanting to focus all my attention on the U.S. Until I get further advanced in the game, then I'll start experimenting with the other ones. But in this startup, I went immediately for Kazakhstan, took control of it on like turn 1, turn 2. Then I went and grabbed Iraq and Saudi Arabia. Turned everything off in the priorities except for spoils. Just 100% spoils on both, which gave me a bunch of cash to play with to get some early org buying. And all the things that require cash to do. Made it really easy in that regard. Then I started into Canada. When I was just about finished with Canada, I took these two right here. So I would have adjacency bonuses on my Mexico conquest, and that made it a lot easier for me to grab Mexico up. Then I went after the US, of course, and I had to get rid of my control of these two. But Kazakhstan, you grab it turn 1, and then all you have to do is you have to wait out the administration there's a timer you have to wait out so that you can get control. And as soon as that timer's done, you can immediately secede from the Eurasian Union. Because initially, all the boost that Kazakhstan's producing is going to the Union. It's being shared with the Union members. So you get almost nothing out of it. But as soon as you secede, then you've got full control of the boost. So I'm getting 3.1 boost out of per month out of Kazakhstan, which is equivalent to the U.S. boost. We're getting, actually it's more. We're getting, and I'm max boost. I just got a few other categories there, but that's how you get the max boost out of it. Just realize that the number they're showing you here, when you get all excited and you see 36.9 for the Baikonur Cosmodrome, that's per year. So you got to constantly, I find myself constantly having to switch between a number that's showing a per year value versus an interface element up here showing like the per day growth, but the hot tip showing a monthly income. So we've got a per year, a per day, and a per month of the exact same number. It's just, that's another kind of pet peeve. I don't know how they would consolidate it, but you got 3 different evaluations there. But yeah, so I mean, that's great, 36.9 per year, but I mean, divide that by 12, and that's the 3 that you're getting when you look at your country information. But the key is to get it wedged, get it pry-barred out of the Eurasian Union if you're not planning on doing Russia. If you're doing Russia, then yeah, take it and then federate it, annex it, whatever, and then you've got control of it. Yeah, I got 30% going into the U.S. boost. What I'm looking for, I've changed my tack on trying to influence the U.S. I've almost given up on trying to influence some of the U.S. metrics. They're just so hard to move. I mean, I wanted to get democracy up over 8, but I mean, when the numbers you're dealing with are 3, 4, 7 decimals long, it just drives me nuts. I mean, I put massive amounts of welfare in, and it still would have taken me years to get just 0.2 change in flawed democracy in the U.S. So I've kind of stopped worrying about that. I just set a major focus, do some maintenance numbers on a few other things, and I just let things roll. Just, at least in the early game. Once we got, techs and some other things that are more advanced later, and especially once I start getting HABs up, it's all keying off getting the moon mining going. As soon as the moon mining hits, gloves are off. Then I can all of a sudden spam just all sorts of structures in orbit with massive different bonuses we can saturate the Earth with. There's tons of information and things that you don't know about. So let me give you an example. I don't have an example I can point at, but you know those, let's see, how can I find it? I think I can look at it from, let's go to Farragut. It's not a good example, but I think I can get to the information faster. So in Farragut Base, if I build social science labs, so notice in the description on social science lab, the part in the middle, there's a paragraph in the middle. The second point, it says, adds +1 strength to our successful public campaign missions if the module is in an Earth interface orbit to a maximum of 9. Think about that. These things are super cheap, especially, I mean, they're relatively cheap even launching them from Earth. But once you get any tiny amount of moon mining going, I'll be able to spam these all over the Earth in low Earth orbit. And I can get +9 strength to public campaign missions by having 3 HAB module or 3 platforms orbiting, each with 1 solar panel and 3 of these social science labs, and be getting 9 strength bonus to my successful public campaign missions for almost no resources once you get the moon mining going. I mean, it's that kind of hidden stuff. That's a huge help, huge bonus. Not even counting the social science boost you're going to get, the 3% per one of these. Each of those I set up is going to give me 9 additional boost. There are diminishing returns and there's some caps, but it's that kind of stuff that I didn't realize or know about earlier that you can leverage that makes a huge difference.
Wrapping up here.
Back to Earth. Move time.
We found something.
Investigate alien activity. Mission complete. Cool. See, that guy's still there. We're out of missions. So what do I got to do to get rid of that? How make go away? I sent my scientist super dude down there. Do I have to reconnoiter it first? Look at all the people investigating alien activity there. Huh. Social Science Lab. Social Science Lab requires 3 power, not 5 power. So, Social Science Lab. Notice the little power indicator there? Social Science Lab is 3 power, not 5. So you can get 3. The other modules take 5. So, Materials Lab, that takes 5. Life Science, that takes 5. Phenology Lab, that takes 5. Don't ask me why. Social Science takes 3. So, yes, 1 solar panel, 3 social science labs. Yeah, maybe I'll have to try surveilling. Maybe surveilling will do it. Investigating didn't. Let's see, who we are. Let's start with Matthew over here. Matthew. What are we up to? We're up to 52%, and I still won't be able to crack any of this because these guys have got this stuff till only the end of the month. Maybe we'll get a chance to do it. I'm gonna hope they don't re-up these and I can crack 1 or 2 of them. So let's go ahead and keep pushing the public campaign out of you for now. Not much else I can do with
Making
you.
our case.
Ready for my
You
mission.
are going to continue investigating, or do I... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Base mining output bonus. Well, I already did investigate. I did investigate alien activity with my other person already. And it didn't do much. What do we got? So, if you're a mining group, 5 economy, 4 spoils. I'm not doing a lot of spoils right now, but economy is always good. And space mining bonus. Uh-oh, an org one! It's an org one! We gotta grab that one. Another org one! Nah, that's okay. Ooh, that's a pretty good one. Influence, research, or science. That's not too bad. Alright, but of particular note, we've got 2 of the +3 orgs. Alright, so we definitely need to make him a target. Let's go to my main thieving guy with the... Cancel.
At your service.
Hey there, Aaron. With his 21 admin. Whoa, 13% with your 21 admin? Youch. Interesting. Maybe I do have to investigate that guy one more time at least.
Ready for my mission. Investigating target.
Standing by.
I might need to send you to ground for a turn. I know retaining and bringing it down a bunch. That's the first one I have not been able to just pickpocket easily. I haven't had to detain a single person this entire run so far. I think I just need to get the additional investigation on him. We'll do one more investigation. I'm going to send my big hitter to ground for a round. He's a little too noticeable. Let's go take a nice vacation.
Evading pursuit.
All right, Jennifer, I really should do an entire round of this, but we'll try to get a full court press investigation here.
We'll see what they're up to.
Ready for orders.
All right. Yeah, we'll let that roll one more round.
We must persuade the people.
Wrong button. All right, so this will finish up this round. This next coming round. I gotta get points back in here at some point. Not yet, though.
Hunkering down.
Too many aliens.
Surveillance complete. I have new information.
Alright, that should pretty much guarantee we've got the full 5-point investigation on him.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
We're barely
Public
holding.
sentiment is increasingly with
that was a
us.
good one. Project complete. 20% boost. Alright. Come on, boost. Back to space tugs. No, I want space tugs first. Okay, it's back down on the space tugs priority. Think now. Let's get back invested there. Whoops. Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, I forgot about direct investment. I need to get some cash in. I might have to change my priorities. I forgot I need to be direct investing. That's the other thing I meant to take a look at and try to min-max. Knew I was forgetting something. Okay. Uh-oh. Has dropped significantly down to what? 70? I love those messages. Drop significantly. Oh no, you're only at 73. Good luck, Exodus. Good luck. Oh man, I'm glad I learned to put at least a couple of points into Unity. So helpful. So helpful. So many less public opinion missions I have to do with my valuable counselors. All right, I might need to get some spoils though. Let's get some spoil action going on. I need a little more cash generation. All I'm really looking at is arrows. Arrow up, arrow down. I can live with it. Yeah, that's because I'm pulling money out. That's not going to move forever. I don't care. All right, yeah, it's fine. What are we up to? We're up to 9 mission control with another one coming soon. Not too far off for another one. Alright, how about up here? Let's do a little spoilers up here too. I need cash so I can direct support. I'm not going to do it here in Kazakhstan. They're still mostly green arrows. We do a little commission control over here too. No, I'm gonna focus on US for that. Alright, so solid control. My lowest happiness or public opinion is 59 in Kazakhstan, 65 and 73, and I've done almost no maintenance whatsoever on these in quite a long time. They're just holding value even through enemy public opinions really, really well, with just the points in unity I've put in. That alone is saving me a huge amount of counselor missions. Alright, no extraneous countries I have to worry about. They've all finally gotten removed. Yeah, I still need to figure that thing out. Go look at orgs real quick and XP. XP first. We got to 40! We got to 40! Senior Doctor. I shall take Senior Doctor. This is going to be what? So we're going from Doctor, 5 Science plus 15 Life, to 10 Science, 1 Science point, and 25. Yeah, let's go ahead. Next up, Jolt Games. 1 command. That's funny. Nah, not interested in either of those. Hathor. Hathor's pretty good. I'm not gonna buy any. Well, I mean, 154 bucks isn't. Well, actually, yeah, I'm running out of money. I gotta get that money under control. I'm gonna not do this. We're stealing enough that I can keep. Actually, I haven't even assigned all the orgs I've got, much less buy new ones. Sure. Get up there. What was I looking at? Spent the XP. Waiting for... Eesh, waiting forever. One XP away. 1 XP. Alright, so we're done looking at that stuff. What do you mean by take an enemy counselor? Are you referring to detain, or are you referring to the turncoat, the turn counselor? Yeah, it gives a wealth of intelligence. One of those. Yeah, the turn counselor is what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't have anybody with a super high persuasion stat. My one regret, I need to try to shuffle some things around, see if I can get somebody with really high persuasion. 8, 9, yeah, 10 is my highest currently. Alright, so what are we working on?
Here.
So, these guys are still defended up until the next mission point. So, next mission point, we'll hopefully be able to do some cracks on these guys. So, one final round of public opinion.
We'll make our appeal.
Where do you need me?
You. So if we try, not you.
Reporting in.
Where to?
I tried detain. Yeah, we got the max intel on the target now. So if we try to steal now, well, that's much better. Now, without detaining him, I've got 38%, and if I throw even a little bit of money at it, 160 bucks, and I'm up to an 80% chance to steal from him without detaining him first. I guess we can detain him. He's even the oh yeah, we're gonna detain him. Yeah, let's take him out of action. Let's opposite. I'm not spending these op points on anything more useful.
We'll bring them in.
Acknowledged.
Alright, time to go find somebody else to mess with. Actually, no, time to go to ground with you.
Hunkering down.
Oops.
Where do you need?
Ready for orders.
Go to ground somewhere else. How about South Africa?
Going off the grid.
Acknowledged.
I really hope this has been worth it. I really want to mess with the servants.
Your orders?
Alright, I got nobody investigating the alien thingy. I mean, it says it's alien activity. 2 different places now. I'm just not sure about this Suriname one. Let's go get that one.
Investigating alien site.
Alright, everybody's done.
Evading pursuit.
Public campaign in Spain? Oh well. Once again, it I had it selected on Spain when I scrolled over. I commonly do that. Can't fix it now. Yay! Mo boost! Okay. Let's go. All right. Public campaigning anywhere will raise my influence slightly. So, I mean, yeah, it would have been nice if it was here in Brazil, but it still gets me some benefit. Tiny as it is.
We've got the package.
Detained successful. Awesome. Keep him out of their
winning
use.
their hearts and minds.
Hey, look at that. 7% boost.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
62. Take that, stupid servants. They like me better. Uh-oh, we got people. No! God damn it. I knew I should have just ripped him off. I've had this happen too many times this run. It's like the 3rd time. I've detained and immediately he's gone. I got no use out of him. Ah, bastards. Oh well. South Korea's joined the France-Ethiopia war against Ethiopia. Ethiopia's got so many opponents. Oh, poor Ethiopia. The heck? We're listed as an ally of Ethiopia? Am I reading this wrong? Are these the allies against? Yeah, France started the war. Alright, so whatever.
We found something.
Alright, I don't know why I didn't do it the last time. Investigate returned abductees objective. Or is this... Oh, this is the other location, actually. This wasn't the Suriname one. Not good news. Son of a senior diplomat in one of our targeted regions disappeared after leaving a party at a remote farm late one night. Reappeared 36 hours later, offering no explanation for his absence. His mother was, of course, overjoyed at her son's return, but was surprised when he proceeded to take a sudden and uncharacteristic interest in her political ties. One of our field teams received the report and placed the teenager under round-the-clock surveillance. A few days ago, our team followed the teenager to a derelict industrial park, where they observed him placing a small package in a dead-drop location. Our team moved in, confiscated the package, and detained the teenager. Upon opening the package, we discovered dossiers of information on various local political figures of national and international importance. The teenager offered no explanation for his behavior. It does not appear to be an isolated incident. Several of our other field teams have reported abductees having similarly suspicious manner, again with no apparent explanation. I'm just going to read through the rest of that. The aliens not only clandestinely moving against us, but may already be deep inside our society. Alright, we're being infiltrated. Infiltrated. New objective. More orgs. Alright. We've accumulated sufficient boost to launch a station command module to load. Really? We did that long ago. We almost have enough boost. Not quite. We got a ways to go still. I want it. Alright, where are we at on science? So, we're working on space tugs. We're behind because I haven't been investing. Well, we're behind in all of them because I haven't been investing. We have 202. We're just barely behind here. We'll easily overtake at our 25. 297. Same thing here. We'll overtake that, no problem. That I'm not putting anything into currently. Split it again. Make it 20% each. Can I hold it then? I think I can probably hold it then. I'm not in a super big hurry on the projects currently. Yeah, let's do that. How we doing up here? Orgs, Maligra. Uh-oh. It's a cash. I gotta get my cash going. I'm starting to get a little concerned about my cash. Monthly income. That's gonna take out my monthly again, but it gets me another 3 org one. I do like org. That's a lot of money for 3 org points, though. 124 monthly, so it'd be 114 monthly after that, slowing down our cash accumulation even further. I'm not seeing a lot of change from the spoils I set up earlier. Nah, I'm gonna hold off. While I fix my income. All right, who was 1 point away? It wasn't you. It was you. All right, Matthew. Senior computer scientist is what we were going for. Alright, orgs and counselor updates are done. Research is done. Let's get busy. We got people doing things in my US, huh? I don't know why they bother. Want to do that. I need to find a balance to get a little bit more income coming in. Yeah, I need to do some direct investing. Not doing enough of that. But I need to get some wealth generators. I'm hoping when I... my push to get moon mining going will allow me to sell materials that I'm not using. I'm a little hesitant to actually sell them. I probably can't pick who I sell to, but I would love to be able to exclude a faction from sales. Like servants, bugger right off, servants. You don't get to buy nothing. The other guys, fine. You guys can buy stuff. Make it faster for you to develop and help out with the aliens. But I'm not sure if I have that control since I haven't gotten to that part of the gameplay yet. But I know if you have a space station in orbit and you have space materials, you can sell them. So, I'm hoping that's a cash generator. I've got enough boost I could actually go grab, like, some cash cows again. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe we'll go grab... That would probably be an easier solution. We just got out of, you know, Iraq and Iran. Oh, there's an easy one. I can get back into Iraq. That one's going to be a little tougher to get full control of. Let's get back into the Iraq spoils business, though. That by itself might be a balm to my problem. It's 15. That'll put us a little bit negative. I'm okay on influence generation. So yeah, I think I'll try to grab Iraq, and
At your service.
we'll go from there. So, purge. Yeah, you're fine at this. Let's, oh, wait. I forgot. Oh, look at that. 1% success chance, and they're not defended anymore. And I still only have a 1% defense chance, because look at these target numbers. Damn. I love how they're protected because of the ideology difference. We get massive protection boost from that. Well, I guess this has been mostly useless. How do you really expect to get into this kind of a country without having somebody with like 30 influence or 30 persuasion? I mean, took me how long with 2 guys pumping to get to 62 public opinion? So I got a 10.4 modifier for the popular support. Well, I know Crackdown then Purge, but even the Crackdown, not too bad, but I still have to put a fair amount of influence in to get any kind of a realistic number. But yeah, I'm aware of the basics of Crackdown Purge. I just like to look at the Purge number first, just a general gauge. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. I want my cash first, and you should have a fair amount of success over here. Purge them right out. 82%. We'll give you a couple of points. That'll give us that. Nobody will be able to take that. We'll get control of it pretty easily. We'll set it to maximum spoil, and that'll be our little cash generator.
We're taking power.
Ready to go.
Okay, we were investigating till they fired or killed or whatever the guy I was after who was going to give me goodies. So annoying. Go after him or go after the unknowns in Washington? Go after the unknowns.
Investigating target.
Do we
Standing
still
by
have
for
that
orders.
thing happening? We don't have that thing happening. Good. Go to ground. Over here.
Going silent.
Standing by for orders. Eyes on target.
Where do you need me?
Alright, big dude. Still got somebody eyeballing you? That's alright. I need to get you back to the US and advising again. I'm missing out on that big 20%, 21% GDP calc and 8 science. Nobody to steal orgs from currently. But yeah, that's the best use of your time.
Lending my expertise.
Alright, so we're going to make an entry point onto Iraq. We're going to, as soon as I get Iraq, we'll come down and try crackdowns there and see if we can wedge in some crackdowns before they put the defenses back up. Got investigations going on. I think we're good.
going into hiding.
Offering assistance.
Oh, yeah. Alien Operations Project. Allow detection of all alien operations. That sounds pretty important. We should probably focus on that.
Surveillance complete.
We've got some intel on our target.
Crit success. On Narciso.
Our associates are now in charge.
Uh-oh, what do we got? White Fang, plus 5 orgs. Damn it, they're trying to take all my money. Look at the jump here. 3.3, but our monthly is 125. That's actually, I don't think that's as much as I thought it would be, but we just started getting control of my cash cow. We're 1 point over with 1 control point, huh? Alright, that's acceptable. But yeah, White Fang, that's a big one. Plus 1.25 monthly income of boost. Oh, we're grabbing that. I don't care what it costs. 5 orgs and boost. Oh, the CIA's up also. Oh my goodness. Monthly income, 5 org points from that as well. Is it time to make another super character? Or do I try to stack him on top of my already super guy? Wow. Yeah, this is why I've been saving up. Ah, more boost. And more. Oh my god. We can actually buy all of this. That's what, 5 admin plus 4 admin plus 5 admin, 14 admin points plus all these other boosts and bonuses. Oh my goodness. We hit it big time on this one. Maliger Industries is another one that's got admin. Well, now I gotta think. I gotta put on my thinking cap. We are gonna buy all of it. Where am I gonna put what, though? Well, first, that's what she can take. He can't do the CIA. I got a couple of people that can take the CIA. He's more my... Oh, that's my super guy. So I only have 2 that can take the CIA currently. I think that's... Is there a government requirement? Yeah, government requirement. Alright, so if she takes the CIA... It's going to get her the 5 points of administration, which will help in both our control points and, you know, org capacity and all that stuff. It's also going to raise her persuasion, 2 for investigation, 3 for espionage. She's not really one of my operators, so I really wish I could get it on one of my operators. Another science point and 2 more security, which would be good. You go broke with the CIA? Yeah, 400 a month. That's pretty expensive, but we're... Whoa, monthly income is only 125. Yeah, that is a lot. you gotta pay for that one. I don't think I can handle that one. I don't think I can handle that one, unfortunately. What are we looking at for those? That one's just a straight up purchase. That one's a straight up purchase. So unfortunately, we're gonna have to pass on the CIA. You can't give the government perk to everybody. A, they have to have the XP, and B, there's a lot of lockouts for government where other traits will prevent you from being able to apply government. So it's not as simple as just, go grab government and then give it to them. There are things and things. Plus, giving the government tag takes like 100 influence all by itself, and the XP. So it's a tougher one to do. I have criminal and government. I'm aware. You're not telling me things I don't know. Yeah, I even with my cash cow, I can't afford that 400 a month. Man, I love all the boosts, but yeah, that's got to be paid for. There's no way I'm going to quadruple my income. All right, I got to pass on the CA, unfortunately. The other two we're definitely going to grab, though. So let's make decisions based on the other two. 5 org, 2 science. So she is my science specialist, so I like that. So I think she'll definitely get White Fang. And then, I don't know, I may just give her both. She's not getting any missions out of them. It's all admin and stat boosts. Wish I knew what my total cash was going to be with. I mean, it might stick around for a little while, so we'll learn a little bit. All right. Yeah, that is a massive monthly boost income. I mean, my total is 6.3 between fully boosted US and Kazakhstan. And that's 1.25 all by itself. And another, that's 2 boosts. That's a 30% increase in my boost generation. Plus all the projects we finished up. So, yeah, I think I might just put both of them on her. We'll get her with a lot of admin so I can stack a bunch of stuff on her like I did the other guy. I think I'm happy at 21 with the other guy, so let's do it. Monthly income plus 78. She's got the points now. She's at 17 out of 18? How is she at 17 out of 18? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Goddamn org capacity. That annoys me so much. I'm losing 3 org capacity because of this problem. It's weird because it says that I'm allowed to grab this one, even though supposedly it would put me over the org capacity number. That's funny. Yeah, I don't care about the Pixis Trust. We're up to 227. Do I dare try to use it? I am so tempted. Can I get that cash number up high enough to support the CIA? What would I need to do? Right now, we're sitting at a fair amount of spoils, and I really am not super excited about pulling more stuff out. I think what we'll do, let's zero this out and increase spoils. Oops. Temporarily. You know, it's always temporary. It's just a temporary raping and pillaging of the economy of the U.S. Just temporary. We promise we're going to lower taxes. And we're going to fix the graft. And, you know, favoritisms and the favors. We're going to fix that. This is just temporary. Just till the current crisis is passed. Oh, does that show new numbers? It does not show new numbers. I gotta let time pass before I'm gonna find out the effects here. Give me a warning on welfare, are you? I know. It's because we're being bad. We're being very bad. For the greater good. I promise it's for the greater good. Oh no, it's about to tick back up again. It took so long to get it down to moderate. Alright, we're gonna do it. Let's I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try to support the CIA. I think it's gonna be a big old problem and it's probably not gonna be worth it, but we're gonna try. I'll have to find some cash grabbing admin to throw into projects or orgs. All right, let's go mess up Canada. I've been really gentle with Canada. They're not pulling their weight. Let's get rid of the welfare state in Canada. Get rid of the knowledge boost in Canada. Less unity in Canada. More spoils. Less funding. Keeping my boost. The almighty boost. Until I get that. As soon as we get the moon mission up, I can lay off the boost some. And one less mission control. We're a ways away from that. Alright. Kazakhstan, you don't have enough of an economy, I don't think, to really influence this much. But I'm going to leave you alone. You just keep doing your thing. Alright, we're already spoil 100% till I get this done. So you...
Ready for orders.
Roll Nation.
We'll be running this place in no time.
Your orders?
Either Narciso. Keep on investigating Narciso.
Eyes on target.
Your orders?
You... I need more jobs for this guy. I'm not sure he's really proving worth it, honestly. His job list is really small. I kind of kept him around because of the media darling persuasion combo. It gave him an effective 11 persuasion in the stronger government nations, which was good. But beyond that, he's really not doing much for me. Let's go check the job pool. He has no real focus of any kind that I can't get elsewhere other than I've been using him for public campaign. And nothing really notable. What happens when you fire somebody and he has orgs? Do they just go into the unassigned orgs automatically? Yeah, I mean, he's got control space asset. Since I haven't gotten to a point where that's a thing, I can't put a value judgment on it. Since there's never been space assets for me to control in any of my games yet, so. Since I haven't used it or worried about it, I really don't know what kind of value to place on it. Let's go look at the current pool of recruits. What do we got out here? Any superstars? Perception and admin and command, those are all things that raise that. 6, 9, and 5. That's what, 20? That's really good. With a good loyalty. Hey there, you. An indulgent, famous technocrat, huh? Doesn't have the publicity, but we could possibly get an org on him for that. 659, huh? Yeah, I mean, I like him better, But let's keep looking. What else we got? Politician. Another government guy. Nothing of note. Professor with 5 science. Military scientist and quick learner. A lot of research off of him. And he'd level up fast, but nothing too exciting. I think I would like one more really good operator. Another professor. Zero admin. Ah, the sacrilege. An evangelist. Sociopathic evangelist. Makes me laugh. No. Yeah, I'm not too impressed. I think the executive is, if I were going to pick somebody, he would probably be the one. Yeah, I think I'm going to get rid of him. He hasn't done much for me. Let's see what happens if I say dismiss. Ah, cool. Alright, so it asks. Dismiss and retain, dismiss and sell. We'll retain them. I mean, that one's no big deal. That one, though, we're getting a lot of ops income out of. Come here, Victor. I like that 9 admin start, 6 persuasion. And at least some command ability. Hey, buddy. Want some orgs? Oh, can't take that one. Not a criminal? Oh, that's right. Oh, crap. I got rid of my criminal. That's the other reason I kept that guy around. Now I don't have a criminal. Oops. Can I make him a criminal? I can make him government. That's the other reason I kept that guy. Well, I guess we're taking the high road. We're not going to have any criminal connections. Next up, we do want to get the research boost back. Alright, that was a lot of pondering and figuring there. Who are we working on? Oh yeah, my big guy. Anybody to steal from? Oh, Narciso. 81%. Let's boost it a little bit.
Targeting enemy orgs.
I'm here.
I see you there. 0% success. Because you have a 3 investigation. Not worth that either. Don't need to go underground. Not too worried about defending. We're already capturing. We could grab that. Oils are not, well, yeah, it's a pretty big priority for him as well. Yeah, let's try a purge. 0%. Ouch. Didn't think it'd be that tough. Of course, I've got a 1. 1 skill. You're terrible at this. Alright. Hey, Victor. What am I going to do with you? Yeah, I talked about this earlier in regards to mission set versus stats that don't actually accomplish those missions. I could fire him and get a spy. I'm thinking about it. I just need to decide whether... I mean, I got the admin boost. I need to decide whether I can shuffle other projects over to him that might supplement him in a way that'll make him useful. So I talked about this earlier, either for folks that have joined in more recently. The constant reevaluation and reshuffling of orgs between guys. As soon as I steal an org, I have to come and I have to look through all my guys, look through their orgs, make decisions on stacking one versus another, or removing some from one and replacing it with another. It gets especially bad as you get a bunch of orgs because you have to evaluate, is this org better than that org? And it's just a constant time sink if you're trying to min-max it. So, I got plenty of orgs. How would I be able to get this guy into a useful position? Command and admin. A little bit of science. So that alone, it would pull some capacity off of her. If anything that's not going to pull... That would get him 4 espionage and a bunch of security. How would you know? Is there a way of knowing if you're getting a mission from an org versus having it natively on the character? For example, if I pull the Winford Media Group off of him, how would I know if he already had public campaign versus getting it from this? I can't imagine a spy normally has public campaign. You get it from an org. Get it from an org. The org icon will be next to the mission on the left. Oh, I see. All right. So yeah, a little easier to see on that guy. All right. So he already has the public campaign. So him having the Winford Media Group doesn't really do anything for him. We're getting monthly income, and that's pretty much it. So I could transfer this over to the new guy, and he would at least also gain the public campaign option. Only 6 persuasion, but it'd give him something to do other than advising. Oh, I know. I love advice. Do it every chance I get. Alright, so that's one option. That's the big guy currently. He's probably got lots of stuff I could transfer around. There's another one. Gives public campaign. Doesn't take away my admin count. Gives the other guy +2 science, which would help with his advising if he wasn't doing the public campaign. Yeah, I think I'll pull, and that'll free up some other orgs for this guy. So let's pull Perun off. Oh, wait. Cancel. Any requirements on that? No requirements. Yeah, let's pull Perun off. And pull Winford off. Alright. So, he can go campaigning now. Got a science boost, so if he goes advising, he's got 596 for military boost, economy boost, and research boost. Alright, that's good enough for now. Now at least he can be somewhat effectual. He's still better than the other guy. That's what I mean, though. There's so much fiddle-faddle with orgs, and constantly reevaluating every time you steal or buy one. Speaking of which, what was on the buy list? Oh yeah, the CIA. I was wanting to wait around to see the effects of my other actions before I pulled the trigger on the CIA. Alright, let's get back to work here. So, what was I doing here? Probably investigating one of these folks. Narcissos is in Brazil. You know, that place. We don't have him locked down yet. I'm not sure if I want to lock down one of them. Yeah, let's go find somebody else. Hey, you.
Initiating surveillance.
Ready.
Nah. Think we'll either do a public opinion or go advise. So I got you stealing, so yeah, we'll send him over to advise the US while my big guy's out stealing orgs.
Lending my expertise.
Alright, glad that's done. That was a lot of fiddling. We're back in control of all the techs and making progress on those. We're up to 44. Go double check, see if any of the techs we've got might have changed the math on, on Farragut base here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it's lit up! Build on Earth, 41.7! It did lower. So what exactly is causing it? Because the build on Earth boost number that's now showing 41.7 was like 56 or something earlier. Not, I mean, I grabbed a bunch of things that were increasing my boost capacity, but why did it lower launch windows to, oh, that's right, I forgot about the launch window. Well, I mean, to the moon? Do the launch windows to the moon really change that much? I can understand to Mars and things like that, but I didn't think the launch windows to the moon changed all that much. Do I commit? We're there. If I do this, which is the thing I've been just massively struggling for, I don't see why I wouldn't do it now. I haven't finished the space tugs yet. That's what I was debating. We're close. I think I'm gonna go ahead and wait it out. Let's put strategic lobbying on hold. We'll bump up space tugs. This will get it finished on 4th of April, which is just after the next mission period. I jump again, 15. Whoops. I go there. We get it down to March 31. Ah, 1 day later. All right, what am I really ahead on? 359, 461. I'm way ahead on... Oh, nope, I'm not way ahead. I'm not way ahead on any of them. What have I got the most time? I got the most time to adjust on this one, so we'll take this one out. March 29. Alright, that gets it down to the next one. Alright, we'll finish up space tugs this next order phase, and then I'll check on getting all that stuff built. We'll look at the numbers again. Alright, so everybody's got orders. We checked all the things. Let's let things happen. Sunday sermons. Evangelical leaders in the American South are calling on their flocks to support the ideology of the Academy. Is that like a random event, or is that something the Academy did?
We've got some intel on our target.
I have new information.
They will now serve us.
Alright, what is now mine? All 1 star? Huh. That doesn't look good. I mean, that's probably the closest. These are all terrible. That's a spoils boost. Economy and spoils with also space mining output. Yeah, I'm not super excited about any of these. Let's grab... Guess we'll start trying to stack up a space mining output boost. Crit success. We got 50 bucks. I love it when we grab the cash in his wallet. We steal control of an org and we mug him with the cash in his wallet. And the numbers are always so tiny. North Korea has joined in. Poor Ethiopia. Man, how is that war still going on? How is that war possibly still going on? Not North Korea. How? I mean, everybody joined, but nobody sent troops. And I mean, where's the enemy they're fighting? I don't understand this war stuff. Apparently. Occupy. Oh, they're occupying. Oh, okay. So we have region occupation, do we? I haven't actually gotten into a war yet, so I don't know what to look for or look at. Alright, whatever. I'm not sending anybody over there. Project complete. Space tugs. Rocket power tug, speed up delivery of HAB modules. So I don't know what that means. Does that mean the actual transit time from point to point, or is that going to lower the need for for boost capacity? Is it speeding it up by lessening the boost requirement? I'm not really sure what speed up means. Transit time? That's what I would initially think, but I don't know. Alright, time to pick something else. Let's get back into the alien investigating business, I think, for a little bit. We gotta get some of that done. Not that much. I don't love you that much. Alright, still got control, don't got control. Let's regain control. 328, 374. Yeah, I think we'll pass them up for control of that one as well. Now that I've got the moon mining, that was my absolute biggest thing. So now I can sit back a little bit more. I think now what I want to do is focus on this. I need to get that finished so I can get the next link in the chain to great nations. So maybe we'll see if we can keep up with 17% everywhere else and 33% there.
We still lack support.
Failure. Thanks. Missed it by that much. Luna, yes. Mars, no. Did we finish the Mars research? I forget. Yeah, we did finish the Mars research. I should probably get a thing to Mars. Luna, long ago. We got a base on Luna. Hey, Mars. Incoming probe. Found platform. Well, I gotta probe it first. I gotta know where I want to land. So yeah, launch probe. 391 days, huh? A year. Yeah, what I don't know is whether the launch window is going to get better or worse from the current position. I don't know if Mars orbits faster than Earth and it's going to keep getting worse for a while, or is Earth going to catch Mars and it's going to get better, or I don't know how that works. Where are the so Earth launch window? Yeah, I'm gonna wait a little bit. I think we got some text that'll speed things up as well. So we're gonna wait a little bit on the Mars launch window. I really love the hard sci-fi aspects that are not even hard sci-fi, hard science aspects they've built into the game in various ways. I just wish some of it, and I don't know how they would do it. So there's so much already in the game. Asking for more info or more screens or more details is kind of a mind-numbing proposition, but just understanding that it's a consequence. The launch windows for the different orbital velocities and all that or transit periods and all that is cool, but yeah. All right, yeah, we're gonna wait on the Mars thing. Let's get back to Earth. Nah, I'm not just gonna slap a platform down. We're going to probe it first so I know we drop into the right location. I think we're pretty far ahead of anybody else doing things useful there. I'd like to get the first bonus, whatever it might be, but I can wait. I'm definitely not going to wait on the other thing, though. So we finished space tugs. Oh, yeah, I was going to go look at... oops. Did it change the number? Did the number change? That is the question. 41.7. So it did not change the boost number. So other things I have done has changed the boost number pretty significantly. So we've got 48.8 currently, 41.7 to get this started, but we desperately need it. We needs it. 4 costs, 5 power. So we can have this plus one other module currently until we get fancier arrangements set up. Yeah, let's do it. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Now I need to get to the other I need to get a base started at the other location on the moon that's got what are we missing? Noble metals? I forget. Cancel. Moon. Yeah, we need some noble metal generation. So, Mer Tranquillitatis. Somebody's already there. Somebody's not there. Alright, so do we have, whoops, can't. Oh, yeah, that's right. Found outpost. That one. It's gonna take 6.6 out of my 7.1. Yeah, so regarding the conversation, if you're trying to send probes anywhere, you got to make sure you've got the tech, like mission to Mars, mission to Earth, mission to the moon. It basically works outwards. It's mission to space, mission to the moon, mission to Mars. You got to get that stuff done first. And some of those unlocks, like the mission to Mars, will also unlock, I believe, access to all the inner asteroids in the inner solar system that you can send to. So you got to make sure you've got those done first. Once you've got those done, for example, when mission to Mars is done, then you can click on Mars here, and you just look for the bottom down here. Launch Prospector Probe. But you got to have the tech first. And the probing, the big deal there is it will reveal the distribution of materials. Why do I already have... Oh, these are the range values, but not the actual? Yeah, I have not probed Mars. Yeah, however, that's the deal though. I'm gonna hold off on that second one, I think, for the noble metals. Nah, let's not wait. Get it started. Alright. Oh my god, I'm down to half a boost. I've been saving up boost for so long. So long I've been saving boost up. It's freaking me out that I'm back down to 0. Monthly 7.5. Alright. Hopefully with the materials that we'll be able to produce out of that first mine, that'll vastly speed up and minimize the boost requirements for us to get the other things built up there. Once they're ready to go, we'll be in good spot. All right. Let's see. Assignment time. We are working on...
What's the up?
Forget. Oh yeah, we failed our 96% chance here. You big silly.
Taking control.
Try again.
What's the op?
Alright, we have currently just doing advised missions while my big guy rolls around.
Ready for my mission.
Hey, big guy. What do we got? We got 5 intel. That's the best we can get, so... Do we try to detain him? The initiative? Don't know what orgs he's got. Or is that the guy? I think that's the guy I just tried to steal from, and I wasn't impressed with his org list. Let's go to this other one. Where are you at? Warsaw? Only 3 intel on that one. And he is the people I really don't want to succeed, so we're going to go ahead and detain him, I think.
Eyes on target.
We'll yoink him.
Ready for my mission.
Alright, so the big guy's busy. You go ahead and keep advising. You're probably going to be on permanent advise duty for a while.
Offering assistance.
Standing by for orders.
We're detaining the other guy. I'm going to let this guy go. Let's go to ground. Get our operative back. Too many factions can see her right now, so let's get her back in hiding. Oh, how about Siberia somewhere? Here, go enjoy a nice vacation in Vladivostok.
Going into hiding.
Where do you need me?
And you, let's see. I gotta get somebody with a really nice perception or persuasion. I just have not got anybody stacked up for persuasion, so I can try turning people. Nah. Pretty good at purging. What kind of purge number? Are we still sitting at ridiculous numbers over here? Oh, they got the defenses back up again. Yeah, they're up to almost 40 target difficulty. Damn. Yoch. Yeah, let's go scouting again. Let's go track down whoever you are.
We'll see what they're up to.
All right. Where are we? In control across the board. No particular focus other than I'm trying to lean a little heavier here to get this finished up so we can keep working towards great nations.
Going silent.
Offering counsel.
Boost that US.
I have new information.
Leslie.
Target secure.
Cool. See if he disappears on me again. Last 2 guys I detained that disappeared before I could do anything with them. Strategic lobbying complete. Direct investment. Oh yeah. So 2 things I keep forgetting I'm trying to investigate and expand on. That is, can I afford the CIA? The answer is no. Still. And direct investment, which would take a lot of money, which would also make me so I can't afford the CIA. Alright. Let's jump back on alien stuff. See if we grab the other part of Iraq.
Our supporters are in place.
Alright. And we're still below our mission, or our cap point. Cool. Xenoforms detected in Lima region. Yeah, South America is going to be a problem. Alright, this is the normal Xenoforms mission. I usually see this a lot easier, or earlier. I wonder if this just repeats. Alien flora. Give us those bonuses. Alright. China has an open control point? Sure. I'm going to control US and China this run. Nobody's cracked into China yet. Alright, things I want to look at. Let's see. How are we looking here? Law of democracy dropping slowly. GDP dropping slowly. Oh, yep. Oh, inequality. Not good. That's actually moving up way fast. 0.32. 30 days. That's hella fast. Alright, I gotta slow that down. After I went through all the effort to lower it. Sure goes up easy. Crap. Good old spoils quality. Alright, I gotta back down the spoils. Gotta put it back into welfare. That's going to get outrageous real quick. Yeah, I am really going to have to find some other way than this to generate a fair amount of income. Let's go all the way down to 1. Alright, let's leave that alone for a bit. Same here, back it down. You, on the other hand, all spoils all the time. Give me the cash money till you totally bankrupt. Alright, still don't think I can get in there. Saudi Arabia is probably a bit too big. What are they? 1.7, 1.3. Ooh, mess with the servants? We got Turkey, do they? It would definitely either be Iran or Saudi Arabia if I'm just after the cash. This would be both easier and harder due to the size, but nobody to compete against for the other two positions. It is being... I love it. It's a spoiled nation just by default. Got an easy in there. What do we try?
Initiating surveillance.
Ready to go.
%99 with only 3 intel.
Targeting their assets.
Ready to go.
Don't really need
I'm
you
here.
investigating that same person. Go after whoever that is.
Tracking target.
Acknowledged.
Alright, what do my numbers look like? 83% to grab that second position. These are how much? 11. I'll put it slightly over if I grab that one. Yeah, let's go for it.
Bringing them to our side.
Reporting in.
More advising, please.
Offering support.
Reporting in.
Now that you've cleaned your pursuit, let's go. What's your chance to take over? 98% also? Wow. Alright. Oh, that's right. You had a sudden admin boost. You are now another one that can do it pretty reliably. Sure, we'll
Targeting enemy orgs.
we'll double dip on him. Is he the one I've got captured?
Ready to go.
Acknowledged.
Ready for orders.
Standing by for orders.
Oh, he is the one I've got
Where
captured.
to?
I can't remember if he's got good stuff or not. Oh well. How's it looking? 6th of September. Man, that seems like a long way away, and this is still the easy tax. 5,000's easy. Ugh. Might be time to just relinquish these other ones, let them do whatever they want, and focus on the one. I only need control of one now to direct down the path I need. Focus on my own projects and the one. Yeah, let's do that.
Lending my expertise.
Advise mission complete. Military escalation. Why is this even in here? It's the U.S. versus Venezuela in a really, really lopsidedly set up military simulation. They get a little military tech, like that's going to do anything. They lose, but they gain cohesion. But I don't actually attack, it's just this effect? Or is this actually declaring war? It just seems like it's a series of strikes. Sure. Sure. We'll be the warmongering
Order
America.
acquired.
Oh, he does have good stuff. Alright, never mind. I take it back. Lambda Intelligence Solutions. Investigate, detain, surveil, and +2 on the old investigate. Yay. Argos. Information science, some science boost, and a science point. Looks like mostly junk. Base mining boost. And spoils boost. Yeah, unfortunately it's got a big list, but it's not too impressed by most of it. Alright, how about the other one? Alright, here we go again. I get so many of these compared to all of my other playthroughs. I've gotten 10 times as many on this particular run, which I'm still firmly convinced the game is handicapping the human with events. I've had one or two semi-good ones, but I've had a cascade of bad ones. So it involves between Iran and the United States of America seeping through to Arun Afshar and Jennifer's professional relationship. Even though our cause is explicitly a multinational one, it's not always easy for old habits and ways of thinking to be forgotten overnight. Now, when humanity should be coming together under the banner of the resistance, these two are at each other's throats, yet they are merely reflecting the popular sentiment. We need Arun and no. He's my main man. Loyalty stat will be changed by 1. Apparent loyalty will change by 1. And she gets really pissed. How about the last one? I'll pay whatever. The home nations will improve their relations. Can't they just get along? That's a lesser effect. So it's either pick one or the other. They both take lesser effects, or I spend a bunch of influence and money. That's what they're telling me. So again, it's just, humans too far ahead. Handicap human. Handicap human. Yeah, I'm going to pay. I'm getting the money fairly easily as long as I stay away from the CIA. And while the influence is a little rough, I don't want either of those two. They're my two heaviest hitters. They're both the ones I've stacked up all of the admin and orgs on. So I don't want either of these effects. Alright, I'll pay. Uh-oh. Oh, that was the new one that I had tried to...
Asset acquired.
Alright, I guess we'll go after the other 2-star, the intelligence system. I have never, to my knowledge, had an org stolen from me. So either it happens without the player's knowledge, I mean, they're not telling me it's happening and I just don't notice, or they just don't do that.
Gain significant support.
Alright, Saudi Arabia. We got our first point in, which puts us over our cap, but we still got pretty good influence generation. How we doing on the constructions? Not done yet. Yep, I don't need to defend it. It's fine. He says right before somebody cracks it. We're still sitting at 64%, and it's been that way for quite a long time. And we've got the adjacency up there, so eventually I'd like to grab those back, but I'm not in a big hurry. Alright, what do I need to look at? So, what is the date? Third of June. Alright, so I still got a ways yet. A little more than 2 order phases. That'll finish up.
Ready.
Another one I'm looking at is all the way up into July. So yeah, man. I cannot wait to finally get minerals harvesting on the moon. Then I can start saturation bombing the orbits of Earth with research boosting satellites and other effects. Been a while since I checked. For XP 22. We are not trying to get you... Oh, hey, I can make her a criminal. Ooh. Tempting. Or I can put her on the government payroll. More investigation wouldn't be terrible. God, I just can't seem to get persuasion stacking on anybody. Let's go off the beaten path. Let's do some espionage. Getting closer. Close. Only what, 46 more to go. So tempted. Just say no. Alright, so we got the first. What are your chances? Pretty good. We can take the executive. Sure. Let's push ourselves over a little further.
Establishing our presence.
Your orders?
More advising, please. Not that one. Whoops.
Where do you need me?
Where do you need me? Offering assistance.
I'm here. Initiating surveillance.
Reporting in.
Am I done with this guy? I think I'm gonna try to get rid of this guy.
They won't see me coming.
What's the
Alright, you need a different job this round. You're not gonna try to steal from him. More advising, or... Whoa, what do we got? Assault alien asset. Alright, I don't really have anybody... You got 8 command. I think you're my highest command anyway. Spend a bunch of points. I haven't spent many points. Yeah, 85.
You're up.
Alright, well, this will be an interesting turn. We're going to try an assault alien and also an assassinate. And grab another region of Saudi
Offering
Arabia.
counsel.
Hab module complete. That's just our regular hab module for the second base we're going to try to set up after we get some production on the first one. So, should be nothing but the command module. Yeah. No. we're gonna just wait on any other advancements. I just wanted to secure the site for our use.
Prepping for mission.
Surveillance complete.
Ah, I already knew that one. Oh well.
Missed the target.
Oh, come on. Damn it. Then we're going to fail the alien, too. It always comes in batches. Big pile of fail.
DLC is secure.
Yeah, we got the assault mission. In the Lima region, reduce the alien flora and fauna by 22%. Still some likely remains.
We're taking over.
Alright, now we're a fair bit over. We're still got 3.1 influence generation. Hopefully it's worth the cash. We're trading cash for influence right now. Hey, we completed the Alien Operations Project. For purposes of the alien abductions is something other than mere research and experimentation. Allow detection of alien operations. Objective complete! Ah, a lot of stuff. The aliens are capable of mind control, perhaps via telepathy, a parasite, or some form of advanced technology. The aliens are replacing abductees, either directly, using some sophisticated method of disguise, or via clones. Whatever the explanation, we must act quickly to attempt to slow the growth of their influence. Earth is engaged in a shadow war, and at present the aliens are winning. We have activated an alien threat monitor. It is viewable in the alien tab of the intel screen. Alright. Research their movements. And the Earth. New project. Increases our control point management capacity by 25. Oh! And gives 100 influence. Spins off a new org defaction pool. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I like it. Let's do it. Still in control of everything. Are we going to keep it? I don't think they're going to make up that 150 difference before we close that one out. And absolutely no way they're going to catch up. So yeah, we'll have another round of full control. Which is all I want currently. I really want this now too. I'm willing to let this get a little slower so I can get this done sooner. Oof, September. Ouch. That's a ways out. Nah, we're gonna leave it like that. Hostile takeover mission on Servant Counselor. Yeah. Alright, so what are we looking at? So we now have 2 control points. Match them up, please. Hopefully it is worth it. And still, the monthly income is still only 200 and some. I'm not sure they're helping all that much. How much longer, Farragut Base? Third of June. Getting closer. Tell us, uh-oh. Another 3 orgs. Just gotta pay $2,000. The voice of America. That'll get another one of my counselors up to 21 admin. Minus 10 a month, so it'll cut my money back a little tiny bit. 221 instead of 231. But it also increases spoils and economy, which probably offsets that somewhat. Pretty close. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, now all of a sudden she can do Voice of America? Oh, because of the numbers. Spend money, tiny bit of influence per month, and 1 perception. No thanks. You can have that one. Yeah, damn. How do you afford that one? So much later. All right. We're done over here. We got control that I want. I'm not too worried about kicking him out. I don't want further control point oversaturation. So I only have the one target. Not good enough, admin. I think we'll just go do some public campaigning. Do we need to do any in our own nation? Whoa. Whoa. Now we've taken a bit of a hit. Alright, that I need to fix. Alright, we're going home.
I will tell our story.
Ready for your orders.
Victor, the new guy.
Making our case.
Ready to go.
Jennifer, you can go grab some more stuff.
Targeting their assets.
Acknowledged.
You gonna try to assassinate again? Dang it. Down to 3 intel on target. You gain 3 more points, which will bring us up to parity. If I investigate one more time, we'll be back to 50%. Or if I detain, I think it's going to be almost guaranteed. Let's, yeah, let's do detain.
We'll grab them.
Ready for orders.
And the big dog. Alright, big dog. We got any alien stuff? We got no alien stuff. I think I'm going to have you come back and advise the U.S. You've been gone too long.
I will help them. Offering assistance.
They will now serve us.
Hey there, Demon Butter. Welcome. So we're about to yoink him and then cap him. Doesn't really have too much left that I care about. I mean, monthly income's nice, but the numbers are so small. That one is income plus economy plus spoils plus mining output bonus, so that's the one I'll probably grab. Or the plus 20 research. Yeah, let's grab Griffin Energy.
Now get to the secure location.
Bagged and tagged.
We've moved the needle.
Back to 66. I'd like to get it back above 70.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
So it was back up to 66. Then we got a 9% boost, and it's now at 65. With a critical success. Oh my god. Somebody's hammering me. Somebody's hammering me in US of A here. Hurricane in Canada. Canada's gotten hit hard in this playthrough. More money and ops. Significant public boost. I wish I could move these windows around, but they don't let you. Hey Canada, what are we at currently? 66. Do I need a significant public boost? I mean, it will lessen some of the damage, but I don't care about the $200, but the 20 ops points are pretty expensive. I think we have enough generation, and I'm not doing enough ops work that we can probably absorb it. Let's go ahead and pay it. Is the game feature complete enough? Given the length of time it's going to take you to learn even the basics of the game, sure. you can spend 50 hours in the early part of the game still grappling with how to play it well. So, I mean, I don't know how much time you put into games on an average week, but they could get a lot of other stuff done. It appears to be feature complete regarding you can play the full scope of the game. Just how cohesive it is and how well balanced and the pacing between the various kind of main sections, that's questionable. But it's a complete game. It's not like it's an early access title with nothing in it or limited in it. They put out a demo originally that was very, very limited. You can only get to a certain point and you couldn't access the vast majority of the gameplay. But I mean, I've restarted 4 times now, and this is about as far as I've gotten, and I'm still nowhere near even industrialization starting in space, much less getting to the part where I'm building spaceships and going pew-pew. Yeah, so, I mean, a lot of gameplay there, but I don't know what to tell you. I will say I am enjoying myself, and I like the fact that as I play, I'm learning things and I'm getting a grasp on things, and I am noticeably getting better each time I start and I go through things, which I like. A lot of games, I don't get that. I start playing, I immediately grok it, and there's not really that much of a progression in my capabilities in the game. This one is deep enough, varied enough, enough systems, enough modifiers, enough research, enough, just so much stuff that I can noticeably see my ability to play the game improving steadily. What I run into, though, is the length of time it takes to do a playthrough. I hit a point where I've done everything I've done previously, and I'm better at doing it, but then I have a wall of what's in front of me still that I have to then incorporate, and I stumble my way through it the first time, learn a bunch of lessons, and then go, man, I wish I knew all these things I just figured out and knew and deduced, and then I want to restart again so I don't handicap myself, because it's a very unforgiving game that has a long end-game process where unless you're extremely familiar with the game and you've played it all the way through the end multiple times, you're just not going to know that you're already in an absolute no-win situation, and you're going to spend 20-30 hours before you realize you're in a no-win situation and you're going to actually lose. And I don't know how many. I don't actually know the division of percentage between people who will play out even when they realize they've lost, if they'll play it out all the way through, versus people that go, oh, nope, I'm completely done. There's absolutely no way I can win. Time to restart. But the pacing of the game and the length of even a single playthrough with a knowledgeable person is one thing that I'm a little bit hesitant about. But quality product. I absolutely recommend it in regards to quality of what they've got. And it is in the first week of early access. I mean, there's a lot of time before they officially go 1.0. I don't have any idea what's on their roadmap or how long. Almost every single early release thing I've seen has been 1 year of early access, 2 years of early access, or something like that. But I don't know what's on their list and how many things they think they need to fix. God damn it. So here again, we just had this with two of my other guys. I absolutely am convinced that the game is handicapping the meat puppet. The game is handicapping me personally. Vormatrax, the guy in the chair holding the mouse, is being penalized because I'm doing well. Because I was in August of 2024 in my last run through, and I hadn't seen a single one of these types of events. Not one. In any of my previous playthroughs. Probably 20 hours of play. And in this playthrough, because I've got the early game kind of figured out and the USA capture strategy and advancing, and I'm doing really, really well, I've had like 15 of these events pop up so far that I hadn't seen a single time in any of the other playthroughs. I swear they've got some kind of measurement and handicapping system built in. And I hate that kind of thing. That pisses me off every time I run into it in a game where they artificially handicap the player and just... Here, event, take away stuff. Here, event, take away stuff. Here, event, take away stuff. You can't plan against it. You can't prevent it. You can't mitigate it other than through whatever choices they decide to give you. I hate that kind of stuff where, because the AI can't play the game well enough to keep up with the human, they stick in these kinds of things. So I'm going to do some research after I get off today, get offline, and I'm going to go see if anybody else is noticing and or can confirm this. Because it would be a radically amazing random rolls that we were generating these for me to have not seen not a one of them previously, and then just to be saturated in them on this run. So I'm getting annoyed at these stupid things. What am I going to pay this time, game? What tax am I paying for doing well? I'm paying an influence tax. Or once again, they're all going to get pissed off at each other. God damn it. I gotta say, if they're gonna force me to pay influence in cash, fine. The one that drove me nuts was earlier on in the run. I was hoarding boost, maximizing boost everywhere, decimating my economies to get boost, just so I can get the mining on the moon going. I got to like 20, and I got an event. Rocket explodes on the launch pad, lose 3 boost. I'm down to 17. 2 weeks later, hacker hacks mission control, blows up payload, lose 3 boost. 2 weeks after that, another one, lose 3 boost. I went from 20 boost down to like 9 boost through random negative events within a 2-month period of gameplay. I was so mad. Oh, jeez. The amount of industrial effort and sweat that went into creating that boost just to have it arbitrarily, randomly blown up multiple times. that was near rage quitting anger. Oh, I hate that kind of stuff. All right. Yeah. Let's get back to assignments now that we've had our last fit of what Vorm hates in video games. Oh, man. I guess I should take it as a compliment. You're at 1,000 boost and a hacker tried to ransom you? Well, it's a whole lot different when a hacker tries to ransom 10 boost off of you when you're at 1,000 than when they try to get rid of 3 when you're at 15. The ratios there are vastly different. I wouldn't sweat much the 10 out of 1,000, but man, 3 out of 15 before you've gotten to the moon and gotten the mining going. That is rough. All right, we finished something. What the hell did we finish? Something launched. What launched? This isn't done. What else did I have going? Did I get a message about it? I saw something launch. It can't be this, because we were already done with this. We're not building anything else. Was it our... I didn't have a probe going out. We were waiting... I don't know. I don't know what the hell launched. Earth-Mars is still not in a good conjunction. This is going to take forever to actually change.
Ready for my mission.
Well, I'm not sure what I saw launch. I'm not going to worry about it, I guess. How we doing? Making progress. Slow progress. Still in control, and we will finish it out. Guaranteed, and yeah, guaranteed. Alright, we're still fine there. Let's just do some commands and roll some time. Matthew, you are second fiddle to my main booster while he's not stealing stuff. Neither Sohee Han, the tech mogul, hanging out here.
Reporting in.
Hey, you. 99% success. I don't want success on that person. I'm gonna kill that person. I want... Not a valid target with orgs to acquire. Alright, that's sad making. What do you have to do to get renamed as one of your counselors? I can rename counselors, right? I forget. It's... Where is that info? I don't remember. Customize. There it is. I found it. I found it. That's fine. You gotta do the rename, the duct tape rename thing. Tell me who you want to be, who you want to replace, and what do you want to be. Yes, you. But which counselor? you want the big dog? You want a petite lady? Who do you want? I don't know your preferences. You want to be the executive? That one? Any? Oh wait, I have two executives. Which executive? I have Matthew and I have Victor. You want to be Victor? It's the hair, right? It's the hair. And is it Sir and then orange? Is that what we're doing? I don't know if I think if I put an underscore in, it'll put Sir underscore space orange. I guess I could try a single name. Do we have like names like Madonna? Can I put no family name and just do... I don't think it'll let me. Wonder if it'll let me like underscore in there, and then Sir underscore. There you go. You just got to have an extra underscore. Or we could do even better. We could do. What would you like? Let's give you. How about one of those? An @ Yeah, we'll give your email address. What's your email address? We can just do your email address. There you go. And your mother maiden name. And your social security number. That'll work. Sir Orange Dot? Alright, sure. I guess that's good enough. Oh no, I know. Junior. There you go. You can be a junior. Sir Orange Jr. There you go. Congratulations, Sir Orange Jr. Alright, so now I gotta remember names again, different names. So you're my new guy,
At your service.
who's been doing advising. You keep doing your advising.
I will try to sway the public.
That wasn't advise,
At your
that was public campaign.
Standing by.
His advise button's in a different spot than I'm used to looking.
I will help them.
Ready.
Alright, what do we got going on down here? Oh, he keeps moving around. Him's the one we's got's in
Ready
jail.
to go.
Let's assassinate him now. 86% without me spending a thing. I'll put a couple ops points in.
I have them in my sights.
Let's make him go away.
Ready.
Alright, now the big guy. What are we doing with you, big guy? I still don't want to take anything else from him, so we're not doing that. Maybe I'll do advise here, and... Nah, let's go to ground. I don't like my big guy having eyes on him.
Going silent.
We'll take a round to get him
Reporting
underground.
in.
You also have too many. Let's just have a bunch of people go underground for a day. Yeah, go over to Idaho. You know, this part here is Idaho. Go to ground over here. Nope, wrong option. Get the right options.
Going into hiding.
Standing by.
And you
I'm here.
go up to Canada. There you go. Oh, yeah. You're going to enjoy Whitehorse.
Initiating deep cover.
I don't know if that actually makes
Yeah.
a difference. I have no idea if it makes any difference if you move positions. Because if there's guys surveilling here, does it matter? Can you go to ground and does it have any effect? Or did the surveillance continue or affect that? I don't know. I just always by habit try to move them somewhere non-obvious. Jennifer, what are we doing with Jennifer? Jennifer was chasing that guy down. You've got options now. You're also a pretty good hitter. Don't need to steal. Low perception, really good science. Let's go do science in Canada. We do sciencey stuff in Canada. We're getting some science in Canada. Yeah, let's do some sciencey stuff. I mean, it ain't U.S. science. It's not 513, but it's Canada science. Plus your admin will help out. Yeah, let's go advise. Oh crap, do we? Yeah, we have advise. All right, yeah, go to Canada. Do some
Offering
advising.
support.
All right. Yeah, Kanukistan. Exactly. Anything else I need to pay attention to? I don't think so. Don't need anything there. Don't have any orgs we're going to worry about.
I will help them.
Going off the grid.
Going silent.
Offering support.
Research alien movements. Of a new org to faction pool. Wait, we had a message. We had a thing earlier that said. Ooh, what was it? Oh god, we finished our hat. Oh my god, it's done. Oh, it's done. It's done. 4th of June? It finished in 4th of June? Alright, well, take me there. Let's go take a look. Whoa! What am I looking at? What am I looking at? This is not mine, is it? I don't remember building this. Is this... Did that spit those out? What the hell? That is Farragut base. Weird. Alright, I wasn't expecting these little side protrusion thingies. That's all the output, all the mining complex, huh? Alright. Great. Let's see. So what are we getting now? We're starting to get a little bit of positive. We'll have to probably wait around and we'll look at the numbers again. But monthly production and bonuses. Yeah, so we're finally generating some water, some aqua, some volatiles, some base metals, and a teeny tiny bit of radioactives. And we got to wait to get the other one set up before we can do that. But I want to let a little bit of material accumulate. Then we're going to try to build the other one with the materials we have here in our space pool, our space inventory. It's all in one pool. All right. Well, awesome. Yay. Now, do I set anything else up here? 'Cause we're only using 5 of the energy, that we're generating 10. So I could do one more hab module. I could do like a social sciences lab to speed up the march to great nations. I think again I'm gonna wait. Build in space. So notice the difference there. 0.6 of the volatiles and 0.9 of the base metals. Tiny, tiny amounts. Not needing any boost whatsoever. No boost! 30 days to get built. Yeah, alright, we'll let some material accumulate, then we'll look at the numbers so I can kind of get a feel for things. Awesome. Yay! Back to Earth.
Prepping for the next mission.
Missed my chance.
Oh my goodness, they detained me! Oh, I see. That's the first time I've ever had one of my counselors detained. Fun.
We'll be ready for new orders soon.
Captured. Well, now I might be getting some of my stuff ripped away and or assassinated. I haven't had any counselors assassinated or robbed yet. Okay. Whoops. Ah, well, that would probably be why she got captured. She failed in her mission, crit failed with a 98% roll against a 39% chance. So I think he's in the same spot. I don't know why the percent chance changed so much. I mean, it wouldn't have succeeded regardless with a 98 roll, but how the hell did it drop so much? We had a huge chance to... I mean, we had that guy bagged. That's a good question. How exactly do you crit fail somebody that's in your custody? I disagree with the feasibility of this issue, or this occurrence. I had captured the guy. I had a bag on his head, and he was strapped to a chair. Is that like a Mission Impossible Ethan reference? Was I going after Ethan there? Was I misunderstanding his affiliation? Was he a member of Mission Impossible? That is some bullcrap. I'm sorry. But from the level this game simulates stuff out, that is some bullcrap. You should not be crit failing a mission against somebody you've got locked up with a bag on their head. He was released before the kill mission ended? I mean, I guess, but it just seems weird. Alright, well, we'll see what happens. Yeah, he's out. So he's out. Alright. So I would have needed to done another detain on him to make sure he stayed detained while the assassination mission was coming in. Because the detain would have happened before the assassination. So maybe I could have kept him detained and then assassinated him successfully. But that requires like a tag team effort of multiple agents. I'll have to remember it as a possibility. But that was quite the consequences there. Oh, my little friend. Yeah, we saw this one before. I think last time I took it for study. I took the resource, the boost, the 101 boost. We lost a little bit of public opinion. It wasn't much to worry about. I got it back pretty easily. Terminate it. Spread of xenoforming is reduced, causes some of the public opinion to turn away. Yeah, they don't like me just eliminating pets. Or let it stay. I'm gonna let it stay this time. It's a terrible idea, I'm sure. Nah, screw it. We're the resistance. Death to xenopets. Unification under the initiative. European Union and Benelux. Alright, well, good luck with that. You got a ways to go to make Europe a supernation over there. Take me right back to her. She's in jail. Detained by the servants. Undergoing interrogation. Scheduled to release 5th of July. She's got more than another mission phase in jail. Let's see if we have somebody that can do an extract counselor mission. I haven't actually done one of those because I've never had one of my counselors captured. Hey, Aaron, you're kind of my big guy. Do you have the extract option right there? Works off command. I believe 8 is my highest command. Command 8, command 5, 2, 0, 5. So, yep, you're the man for the job. Let's try to go get my counselor. 19%. I got op points. What does it get us to? 32 of my precious op points to get us to 71%. I'm willing. I'm willing. Let's do it. So 14, 8, and 6. Mission difficulty, nearby security, detaining faction joint security. Huh. Alright, yeah, I'm willing. Let's try it.
We'll bring them home.
Where do you need me?
Hopefully that goes off early in the rounds. We were hiding. Yeah, we were getting rid of our back trail. You can go back to advising the US of A.
Offering support.
Speaking of which, I gotta look up my USA, my nation stuff, and look if I need to fiddle again. Who's next? Sir Orange! Oh, Sir Orange. What are we gonna do with you? Same guy. Yeah, I'm still trying to find a good use for Sir Orange here. Need to get him stacked up with some more orgs. Guess Sir Orange is going to go up and advise Canada. Keep getting
Lending my expertise.
keep boosting our
to?
countries up here. Jennifer, you're my other big hitter for admin and science. What are my opinion numbers? 73, 65, 54. Let's go. I think I'll just go advise Kazakhstan for a round. They need some love. She'll give a really big boost to them.
Offering assistance.
I'm here.
Really? You have choices? No mission options here. Can't choose any mission options, so I'm going to have to confirm and say, yep, we're done. Alright, before I do that, let's go take a look at our countries again. Numbers go up. Peaceful's great. Flawed democracy actually moved. It actually moved from 7.8 down to 7.7. Takes a while for that to happen. Otherwise, we got equality heading back down again. We're polarization going up. Green arrows are good, regardless of whether they're up or down. It's because you either want a lower inequality, but you want better polarization, up to a certain extent, at least. And red arrows are bad, regardless again of the direction they happen to be facing. But in this case, they're all less investment points, less research, less democracy, less GDP. I can live with them. They're all slow. So we're still okay there. We're good everywhere except funding. They want a little more funding, do they? Yeah. Changed by 2 cents in the last 30 days, did it? That's terrible. What am I up to? We're up to 10 mission control. A lot of these numbers are going to start changing rapidly now that we're just on the edges of getting the space industrialization started. Alright, any notable issues over in Kazakhstan I need to look at? No, they're pretty good. They're just a very small economy in comparison. Otherwise, they're fine. We're still just focusing on boost. Boost, boost, boost. All the boost. Give me the boost. Alright, yeah, we're good. What tech? Back to this. We're closing in on finishing Arrivalian. We got both of those locked. Still a ways to go on those. Alright. What was it? There was something where I was going to have access to more info. Was it the aliens? Tracked aliens. Estimated alien threat level. I think that's what it was. The degree to which the aliens regard our faction as a threat, based on our monitoring of pro-alien groups and visible alien activity in the solar system, hostile actions against the aliens or their proxies on Earth, and or large visible space presence, increases their concern about us, and we may expect the aliens to retaliate against our interests on Earth and in space should the alert monitor reach the maximum level. They may also lose interest if we avoid opposing them or their proxies on Earth directly for a time. Alright, let's emphasize this is an imperfect estimate. We will correct our estimates when the aliens take direct action. Alright, so yeah, you've got to be careful. Until we achieve technological and industrial parity, or at least get close, we got to be cautious how we deal with the aliens. As we get more, we're going to get more and more alien stuff happening. And I got to be cautious which ones I decide to engage. We'll have to make interesting, hopefully interesting decisions on when to and when not to do various things until we hit that parity point. So we're getting to the point pretty soon now where we're going to have more and more and more alien stuff happening, and I'm just going to have to start picking very carefully which ones I try to deal with and then lay off for a while, and then if a particular thing happens, maybe that'll be important enough to risk the threat level going up. Prospecting. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. That's the other place I could find that info. Alright, solar system. Yeah. Yeah, we haven't yet gotten to the fun part. The actual fun part of heavy alien activity and dealing with it, and how messy the nation states are going to get, especially the damn servants. I really need to find a way in between my other finagling to put some pressure on some of the servant locations. I'm just happy that they're not in the primary nations. Servants didn't manage to get any of the big ones yet. Alright, so everybody I can do things to is done. We did get a message about orgs. We do have more options. Scipio. Nope, don't need Scipio. Don't need the Amethyst Trust. 10th Special Forces Group. I mean, it's pretty awesome. Actually, it's low cash. 1 command, 2 security, and then 5 generation on ops. We're going to need more and more ops points now, so I got to start specializing in some ops and making sure I get my agents ready to deal with the all the agents from the enemy faction as well as the aliens. So I wouldn't mind picking that up. 100 influence seems like a pretty good deal for that. Missions plus military research bonus plus a lot of covert generation plus some stat points. That seems like a really good one for the cost. So who can take it? Who are my government? Just Jennifer. I have what, 2 people? Currently just Jennifer. I have at least one other government person. Yeah. Arun, the main one, but he's... Unless I pull a 1-pointer off and hope that it actually counts as a full point, he wouldn't be able to pick it up. Is that who I would want to have it? Another command point. We'll get him up to 9. 2 more security is always good on the heavy hitter. And it doesn't matter where the rest of it goes. Yeah, it's probably... Yeah, she's not going to benefit from it, so it would have to go on Arun. So I'd have to pull something off of him. Definitely not that. That's a likely one. Yeah, that can go to anybody. Alright, let's yoink that off. Drop that on him. are we up to? Monthly income, 17.1. That seems pretty good for the stage of the game I'm at anyway. Alright, so unassigned orgs. I don't really have anybody with capacity for most of these. Argos. That one wouldn't be bad. That's my space mining income. What do you got? 9 admin? I could put both of them on you. Might as well. Congratulations, Sir Orange. You have been promoted. You're getting close to being useful for something. Okay, and we're still nowhere near XP we need for for Chief Military Science. We're not even halfway. Sure wish you had fast learner.
Offering counsel.
I will help them.
Offering assistance.
Everybody's getting advice. Public opinion boost for the resistance around the world. Lots of fun things to deal with.
Package is safe and sound.
Hey! Look at that. Awesome. Good job, Arun. Good job. Hopefully, there weren't too many consequences there other than a turn where we couldn't use her. Yeah, I'm a little fuzzy on the whole loyalty and investigating your own guys and stuff, especially trying to investigate that guy. Can you imagine? Hey, primary dude who has gotten all the bonuses and is 50 times better than all the other guys. I'm going to have this schlub over here that I just hired investigate you to see if you're loyal. Yeah. Yeah, I can just see it.
Standing by for orders.
Who exactly is going to investigate this guy? We can try it. If he ever goes disloyal and does things, I'm going to be in for a world of hurt. I'm relying on this ridiculous security rating. But I don't know all the ways that you can influence somebody, and if security is the protection for that, or if it's other things that you do try to do. So, I do new. Alright, we got control again. I want to go look at Farragut base, please. I see that we are generating resources. Great. I have no grasp of the scale of resources yet. So 3.9, 0.6, 13. 13 sounds like a pretty good number. Hopefully we don't need much in the way of volatiles. Alright, so let's actually switch over here. Show me just the resistance, please. Let's switch over to the other base. I have no power gen here either, so if I say a solar collector requires... So I am missing something because it's got 0.25 boost listed in the build-in space option. So cache is no problem. 0.3, no, I've got those. 1. Why is it needing boost? Don't I have both of those? Am I boosting cache? Is the $3.7 being put on a rocket and sent up into space? Why has it got a boost number there if I'm going to build it in space? I thought I would have no boost necessary there. Or is it just minimal boost? It's probably a minimal boost requirement. Excuse me.
Ready for orders.
Hey there. All right. Yeah, you didn't hear that whole conversation I just had with myself. I was talking about the interface for doing those things. So when I was trying to build, I was just talking about the necessity for keeping an eye over here is a better way of looking at it because it shows the base cost. I couldn't figure out where I was required to be spending boost. Once I looked over there, it was okay. That was it. I was just figuring out the interface since I haven't done much of this moon stuff. Alright, so we got that going. We're going to wait until that finishes up and we accumulate a small amount of the resources. Once that second one's up, we'll have all 4 of the space resources, or all 5 of the space resources, at least being generated in small quantities. And that's going to vastly relieve our boost requirements. So, alright, what are we doing here? Let's, what time is it? I should probably stop and take a break sometime. When do I stop and take a break? We'll go a little bit longer. All right. Let's see. So everybody's out of jail. We still don't have... I still have not managed to get a decent monthly income increase. I'm not sure I'm really getting that much of a benefit out of these two over here. Well, hey there, Iran. I got boosted out of Iran? Oh, I went to Saudi Arabia, not Iran. These two. Yeah, I'm not convinced I'm actually getting all that much out of this. $87 and $62, but is that per year? Per month? Per microsecond? What's the time frame on that section? It sure didn't seem to change this number much. I remember our monthly income was about a little over 200 before I captured these to set them on spoils. And it hasn't seemed to have changed much unless I took on other debt and it's just maintained parity. Per each completed investment, so a little over every 3 turns. Per. That does seem pretty slow. That's closer. Oh, I know that's current progress. I'm aware what those mean on that one. That I understand. Oh. Well, that's where I need to walk. That's going to be confusing. See the paragraph in the middle? We also earned an average of 137 per day from the spoils priority from our control points in a recent 7-day period. This is irregular income and not included in the daily totals. Oh. Well, how do I compute this then? That would mean... So that's 400 per month for the CIA. But I can't just look up here and say, oh, monthly income is 213, because it's not. Because we're getting 137 per day from the spoils priority. That's a massive amount over a month. Wow. I could have picked up CA a long time ago. I was wondering how I was already up to 11,000 income, but my monthly income wasn't really budging much. So yeah, my grabbing those two would have easily given me access to the CIA earlier. Damn it. Should have taken it when I had the influence. Alright, well that's good to know. That's the kind of thing that throws me. It's little things like that buried around in the procedures and the calculations and so on, and the constant switching between daily, monthly, yearly number reporting. It's tough sometimes to break it all down, but yeah, that's massive. 137 per day from a spoils priority. Alright, yeah, that changes things. That changes things. I really wish I'd grabbed the CIA back then. We're at 214 right now. We're over. It's going to take me a little while to generate that back up to 300 unless I start running that mission to give me 25 points at a time or complete something that gives me a boost. Okay. So yes, it is. We are making a massive amount of money off of that, so I'm glad I did that. I did it early when I first started this particular run. I did the same thing. I took Iraq and Iran. So the way I started this run, for anybody curious, is I started a normal game without the tutorial, same options. I took resistance again. I took Kazakhstan first. So I secured Kazakhstan as my mission 1, mission 2. The next thing I did was grab Iraq and Iran, set them to all spoils to get me early big cash generation. That helped me a ton in getting cash for the various normal things, but also to pick up every single org that showed up that was a cash buy instead of an influence buy. So I was able to give myself a bunch of orgs early. Then I started into Canada. Once I got most of Canada secured, I took these two, which gave me adjacency bonuses for my taking over of Mexico. So those gave me good adjacency bonuses. So it made taking Mexico much easier. And then, of course, I did the Take America, collapsed my controls of these other ones until I got everything stabilized. But yeah, I used this earlier as a cash generator, but it's doing pretty well. I just didn't realize just how those numbers worked. I was looking at that monthly income number and going, nope, never going to be able to afford the CIA, but that's not remotely telling the same story. Okay. Yeah, the timescales are rough. I mean, given the pace of human, the average human doing things versus traveling across the solar system, the timescale doesn't work for both really well. So they have to find some kind of a middle ground to make it manageable. If they're going to stick to the hard science aspects, it does deviate into more sci-fi aspects a little bit later through the tech trees, but they're doing a pretty good job of trying to stick to the hard sci-fi and utilizing all that kind of stuff. So I can understand why it's a bit of a weird balancing act there. All right, let's what the hell am I doing? Now that I know I can afford the CIA, I need to get influence generation. Let's go back through the list again here. So we're going to finish this up soon, but we've got so many other things that have piled up now. I got a cheap one, and then we got 2 expensive ones. I mean, that's the one I'm looking at. I can do 500 pretty quick, but it escalates each time by 100 each time you do this one. I'm not sure. Grants the following resources. Oh yeah, that's just a commercial resource. I'm not sure if some of the rest of the stuff, like this one, more orgs become available. What else was there? Management. Oh yeah, increase our. Oh, that's the normal management research. We're already up to 3,000. Publicize alien threat, opinion boost. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna have to switch it over to the audience research so I can try to get to the CIA. One of the high value ones. All right, so I'm not gonna fiddle here. We're still gonna win, right? Yep, we're still gonna win. Ooh, that closed in a bit, but I don't think they can close the gap before we win that. And we're now... Whoa, we're way over anybody here, but I'm trying to push it, so I'm purposely putting my own points in there and my research bonus. Alright, yeah, I'm just going to leave all that alone. Let's do things. Let's see. You have been just doing advised missions while the big dog's been rolling around. Yeah, keep doing that.
Lending my expertise.
Ready to go.
Same thing with you. More advising. Keep
Offering counsel.
boosting all the things.
Ready for my mission.
All right, Jennifer. I got nobody. Oh, you need to go to ground. Never mind. Oh, we got aliens out. Where are the aliens? India, huh? Could have probably gone the other direction for that. I think I want
Ready.
you to go investigate.
On the way to the target site.
Where do you need me?
You. Let's go. Let's go track somebody down to Rob. Nobody in the U.S. that... Oh, nope. Oh, that's me. That's okay. It's okay if I'm there. I guess we'll go to that one. Pretty much where we're at.
Investigating target.
Ready for
Hopefully
orders.
it's one of the counselors for the servants. And you are going to go... I'm not sure just how much of a diminishing return it is to double up advisors. I don't know if I can tell. Let's double up the advising here in the U.S. and
Lending my
I'll try to
expertise.
remember to look at both of them to see if I'm getting full value or if the second one is less or what. All right, everybody's busy. We're building our base. How long is it going to take? 3rd of September. Okay.
Standing by for orders.
Offering counsel.
Alright, first advice mission. So she got the first one, huh? I wonder if it randomizes that. 2 of my own agents working, if it just flips a coin or what. So she seemed to get full value. She's got 21 admin, so we got the GDP boost. And she's got the 16 resource, so she's an awesome one to set as an advisor. How about the next one?
Offering counsel.
Whoa, way less. So down from 9 to 5 and down from 9 to 5. So, yeah, I think it halves it. I think it's basically half, and they probably round it. So, alright. I mean, it does give a boost, but it's not nearly, obviously, as much as the first person that goes. Good to know.
I
So
will
rough.
help them.
This was Canada, so that's different. He got the full value out of that one. Actually, no, he did. No, he didn't. We should have gotten 9 science output. Alright, weird.
Person of interest surveilled.
Alright, Gabriella. Academy. I was hoping for another servant. Another new project, +1 investigation when our counselors are detecting aliens. Global listening. We'll get to it. I need to get that covert ops. I gotta go look at covert ops, where it's at on the tech tree.
Recon complete.
We can get that last counselor locked in. Alright, mission complete. Good job. Yeah, I think the one thing I'm really wishing is I could get perception stacked up on somebody. I think I've got pretty good representation on most of the other important missions. Those we knew about. So we're generating resources. Already got everything here that I think I need for a while. Now that I've got that in process and I'm just waiting it out, I wonder if I should look at... Hey, Earth. Let's look at founding a platform. Low Earth orbit. Still 1.5? I thought it would be less. Alright, yeah, we'll just go low Earth orbit. 1.5 is fine. We got 25 now. The big boost era is hopefully almost gone. I want to start saturating Earth orbit with platforms. Initially with social science. So I can get the big boosts on the public relations effects. And get the social science boost up even further, of course. Yeah, go ahead and do that. Let's do a few. I'm a little fuzzy on the benefits of the, or a disadvantage of the different orbits too. I guess we'll put one over here as well. Alright, 2 will be enough for the moment. Well, I'm aware of the boost requirements and Delta V stuff. I'm more referring to the advantages you can get on the planet from orbital structures and HABs. Do you get varying levels of benefit depending on where in an orbit something is? Like if I build a life sciences HAB, does it matter if it's in the low Earth orbit, the closest you can get, or the extreme Earth orbit, the farthest you can get? Is the effect that I get out of the HAB the same regardless? Or is there some kind of break-off point where they have to be within a certain orbiting range? That's the only thing I'm not 100% on, because this is the farthest I've gone into the actual gameplay. I've put up low Earth orbit HABs before, but they were the lowest level, so I haven't experimented with any of the upper levels. I just don't know why you would want to use the upper levels other than the lower ones are all taken up already. I'm sure we'll find out eventually. Alright, so where are we at? We did some stuff. Let's go look at intel real quick. Got some alien stuff going on. We got no active track to aliens going on currently. Odysseus strategic relations, huh? +1 perception. I keep asking for perception stuff. $58 and 10 to get that, huh? I mean, semi-cheap, but it's only a single point. Man, I hope I can grab CIA before it disappears. Shipyards, etc. in the upper levels, easier to make interplanetary transfers. Yeah, I can see that. Refueling shipbuilding and such. We'll just keep an eye on the modules and see what the recommendations are when I start looking at what modules to put on. I'm just going to loft up a bunch of control modules initially, and then I'll take a look at my options and kind of fiddle with what's possible. So XP no. XP no. Long way to go on you still. I got no criminals anymore. I guess I should just sell this. Not sure if I'm... Well, I got one more slot for a counselor we can get. That reminds me. Where, oh where, is Covert Ops? Covert Ops, hiding inside quantum encryption, are you? Man, that's a long way away. That's a long, long way away. Wow. 20,000, 10,000, 10,000, 1,000. Okay, we won't be filling that in anytime soon. So I guess I can stop wishing for that for quite a bit. Gonna finish up 13 September. That's still... Wow, that's still a ways away. Without me participating in these things, it takes forever. What's with you guys? Start pulling your own weight. Making me do all the work. Alright, so no. Done with that. We're accumulating some resources. Let's see. So if we're going to do some advised missions for a bit, I don't need territories. Don't think my chances of getting any crackdowns down here have gone up in the slightest. Oh, I know. That's the other thing. Now that I am rolling in the cash, I keep forgetting things. I wanted to do some direct investment. Let's do some direct investment in Kazakhstan. Let's invest in, what? Boost? Mission control? Now that we're about to get past the major boost hurdle with having resources in space that we can build from, especially when that second, well, until we get to Mars and we get the real materials pouring in. We're only going to have a trickle of noble metals, but, yeah, I'm not really sure what to use this on. So 600 per level. 1.5 influence per. Actually, I guess I should hold off on that. It's going to cost influence, which I need to try to pick up CIA. We'll wait again. Hopefully I remember later. So what are we going to do with you? Guess we're gonna go do a public campaign somewhere. Hey Matt, let's go campaign in Kazakhstan. Let's get that back up to around 60.
I will try to sway the public.
Where do you need me?
Next up, Sir Orange, you are sticking around to advise Canada.
Offering support.
Your orders?
Jennifer is advising. Are we advising or are we investigating? We're advising. Oh, now she's going underground. Over there.
Initiating deep cover.
Acknowledged.
You also need to go underground. Servants have got you spotted. We don't want you to get kidnapped again. Actually, we've got more aliens to go take out.
Headed
Alright.
there now.
Do that. I'll try to
Ready to
remember
go.
to send you to ground next time. Alright, big guy. Not sure it's worth detaining versus the economic benefits I can do. Oh yeah, we've got alien life forms in the Sudan. Yeah, let's go take care of that. You're lucky. I'm gonna leave you alone. We'll go with an
Taking it to
82.
them.
That's everybody again.
Going into hiding.
Offering assistance.
I think we're gonna set you to permanent for now.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Target secure.
Was reduced by 31%. Well, yeah. If you only reduced it by 31%, then obviously some remains. That's a really dumb sentence. We estimate we reduced the alien flora and fauna in this region by 31%, period. You really don't need, but it's likely some remain. That is totally nonsensical. Oh my god. Okay.
Here's what we have found.
Aliens more popular in Pakistan. Myanmar. Oh, I like having space metal. Space metal. You're not going up fast enough, damn it. And we're not finishing these fast enough either.
Standing by. We must persuade the people.
Ready for my mission.
Alright, what are we going to do with you? You're an okay investigator. I guess we're going to send you after the aliens
Headed
this
there
time.
now.
Standing by.
You, now we're going to go ahead and go underground. How about Georgetown?
Initiating deep cover.
Your orders?
Already got somebody working on that. Let's send you... %, huh? Nah, let's not do that. What? 0% in China? Let's go, we have no info on her, huh? Alright, let's go investigate.
Eyes on target.
Going into hiding.
Lending my expertise.
She moved. Now I've got a lot less chance.
We found nothing of note.
Yeah. The 1%! That dreaded 1%. A coup in Turkey. Oh, that's sad. Somebody just ousted the servants from Turkey. Hilarious. That's what I want to be doing. That's exactly what I want to be doing. I want to chase down those guys. I got to look at the nations list and see where they're at a little more. Brazil is fairly untouchable. They're so locked in there, but I think I could mess with them elsewhere. All right. Well, congrats to whoever did that. Cool.
Public opinion remains unmoved.
Okay. I had a 1% fail. Now I've had a 2% fail. Oh, it's going to be one of those turns. Ah, there goes more boost. I have boosted.
Here's what we found.
Hab module complete. That's one of our shiny new orbital modules. Take me there. Hey there, shiny new module. Stations. I'm the only one that's put stations up other than the 2 starter stations.
Cleaning things up.
Mm-hmm. So, we're going to go... We got to do a solar collector. There we go. Alright, so we got the platform up, so now only 3.7 of the bucks, 0.075 of my boost. I've only got 0.8 are mine so far, so yeah, it's going to take me some time, but I mean, it's helpful. Those volatiles. Volatiles, I got to find a volatile source. Volatile and noble. We're going to have to check around local, see if we can prospect some of the local bodies to see if we can find something we can put up a manufacturing at. Yeah, go for it. Over here, we're just going to do social science lab. And we can save a little bit, so go ahead. Social science, go ahead, and social science. Cool. Now go to that one.
Not in our band, we got the high gain now. You said you had high gain now? That's the thing, we got a little trouble locking up.
Awesome.
I didn't think we were going to get high gain. For the dump, right?
Yeah, I was looking at that earlier. The solar system map and the resources and filter prospected and all sorts of good information here. So if I want that, I have nothing prospected, so we've gone to look at nothing. How about this column? There.
Okay, he's coming along. We copy out.
Yeah, launch prospector probe. 239 days. 239 days.
And Columbia, Houston, we expect to lose your high gain sometime during the power descent, over. Columbia, roger. You don't much care, do you? No, sir. Let me know when you got the dump econ. Well, I don't think the high gain.
I think this is just... The solar system. I think this is just the width of the object. That doesn't actually help me any. This is distance, right?
Okay, guidance. I assume you're standing by for the burn report. Standing by that in the sunshine. Roger.
Yeah, this is one I wanted to look at.
Roger.
All right, so theoretically, this asteroid
Roger, the burn was on
still looking at 239 days.
Visuals before knowing. -0.1, -0.4, -0.1. X and Z null to 0. Houston, you call. AOS land. Roger, AOS land. Looks good, flight. Roger. Eagle, Houston, Roger, bye-bye, Neil. We copied up to the AGS residuals. Would you please repeat the AGS residuals?
I think I'm just going to launch some probes at some of the closer rocks.
Roger, AGS residuals. -0.1, -0.2.
Hey, Mars.
-0.7.
Guess it's time. I'm not going to wait anymore.
Down 86 for Delta BZ, which is 9.5, versus yours, which is
All right, call that good
9.1,
for
and I
now.
believe that may explain the difference. Apogee 57.2, Paraloon 9.1, Sun check the 3 miles.
So we got 2.3 there. I mean, I don't know if it's worth setting up in these other ones. I think I'm just going to hold what I've got, and we'll see what some of the other ones come through.
Make you happy, guidance. Let's go.
We were closer on the Mars transfer window. I guess Earth is catching up. Yeah, it's catching up. Good enough. Spin, little world, spin. Oh, we're all done. Keep wanting me to go into China. I keep telling them no, thank you. I got enough to deal with. Oh, 308. Oh, 308. Is it still there? Is it still there? It's still there. Oh, CIA. Who can have it? Just 2 people? Yeah, 2 of my people. So Jennifer or Salah. No, Jennifer or and the 2 big ones. The one. I think they're also my only government currently. Yeah. All right. So it's probably gonna get stacked on this guy. It's lit up, but he doesn't have the capacity for it at the moment. But it's gonna grant capacity. So are we getting to use its own capacity, I guess? Let's see. So, we're going to get ops points, which is always good. Perception is going to go up again. +2 to investigation. +3 to espionage. Science and more security for good old Arun. Or do we load it up on Jennifer? I think I just need to stack it on the main guy still. I really wish I could put it on her, but she's starting so low in these operations areas. I don't think there's anybody else I'm likely... Oof, he can train government, but it would use 100 of my influence to do it. Then I wouldn't be able to afford it again. I could buy it, and then when I get the points, put government on him and transfer it to him. But he's not really my operative either. I want it on her. She can also gain government. So I think it's a matter of put it on somebody temporarily and then move it over as soon as she gets the XP to pick up the government trait when I have the influence. I think that's what we'll do. Alright, let's load up the big guy again. This will be fun. Let's see if we keep making money or not. 24 out of 25, huh? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So I'm still being robbed of org points. So annoying. Hidden decimals that they're not actually representing anywhere. It's actually 2.7 stars. It's not 2 stars. I am sure that's what's happening. Alright. Yay, we picked up CIA. What else did that gain him? I think he had most of the missions already. But now he's got 13 investigation, 9 espionage, 9 command, and 18 security. Alright. So. We're negative. Negative 212. Okay, as long as we can keep a hold of those until Iraq and Saudi Arabia burn and collapse completely and we can't get cash out of them anymore, we're okay. I dare anybody to come over and try to steal or even detain that dude. Good luck. Nah, the minus 400's fine. That's what scared me at first too, and we had a long conversation about it earlier. Just notice that in the middle there where it says our monthly income is minus 212, the paragraph above it shows we also earned an average of 171 per day from the spoils priority. So multiply that by 30, and that's how much spoils income I'm getting per month to offset that minus 200. It's not well represented, and it took some figuring on my part before I understood just what was happening there. Okay, let's see. Things are starting to move finally. I think I need to look at this again. Dang it, so close. All 5 of them are going to bing off at the same time. What do we got? 31 August? Well, not quite. I guess it's a little deceptive because the costs are different between them. 31 August, then 3 weeks later. Those 2 are going to kick off within the same mission frame. So will that one... Yeah, 4 out of the 5 will kick off in the next. Yep, all by August 30th. Oh, not that one. Only 3 then. Nope, not that one either, because it's 1 day short. Damn it. I just want them to finish. Sell resources to Earth. What the hell button did I just push? Hey, sell resources to Earth. I didn't know clicking up here brought up the sell resources screen. I had no idea. It doesn't really show that there's a button. I'm not used to those things doing anything. I think old world you can do things by clicking up here, but most interfaces you don't get another window when you click up there. Ah, really? I can sell base metals? $9 for 19 of my base metals? What a laugh. 0.49 per unit. They are so vastly more valuable than what it's saying here. Cancel. Alright, we're not going to make money that way. Doesn't do anything over here. Okay. Unfortunately, I think I need to put a stop in right here. Having a good time, learning lots of stuff, we're making good progress. I still feel like we're in pretty good control. This will be V3. Save. But I need to take a break. I need to go get some food. All that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's progressing well. We're having a lot of fun events that are really annoying me. We're on the cusp. The cusp! I feel we're on the cusp of industrializing. So I'm looking forward to that. We're going to be able to do a lot of, hopefully, fun and interesting things there. They're going to really, really start ratcheting up our bonuses and starting to speed things along as I start flooding the orbits of Earth with hab modules and all sorts of things. But I got a lot of tech I need to look into to figure out how I can optimize things. And we need to get to Mars. I got to get an outpost on Mars and find the best spot. But that'll be like a year probably before we get that. So we'll see. A lot of fun stuff ahead still. But yeah, thanks for holding on through this craziness of Terra Invicta. These playthroughs are going to be long. Hopefully you're enjoying them. Let me know, of course, in chat and Discord and YouTube when it gets over there. This series will be heading over to YouTube. So, all that good stuff. But have a great evening. Stay safe out there.